Avery Bramble and Julia Ungermark, Grace Burke and Paige Critchlow. Their coach is Katie Healy. In lane 2, representing Nepean Rowing Club, Emily Boys, Vita Young, Edie Brown and Sienna Grady. Their coach is Daniel Waddell. In lane 3, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Belinda Brigham, Jane Hutchison, Shannon Woods and Rhiannon Sando. In lane 4, from the University of New South Wales, Georgina Browning, Adelaide Webster, Annabelle Hayworth and Catherine Vargotzi, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 5, also representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Jennifer Zonga, Daniela Borgett, Taryn Inns and Judith Eyes, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 6, from Canberra Rowing Club, Caitlin Morgan, Jordan Turner, Anne Raimondo and Gabby Pidcock, coached by Alex Hodges. In lane 7, representing Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Catherine McIver, Robin Wakefield, Linda Eddington and Simone Jones, coached by David Eddington. In lane 8, from Shellb Harbour City, Sandra Bridgen, Lyndall Cassidy, Georgina Graham, Courtney Williams. And finally in lane 9, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, is Jodie Panagopoulos, Rowena Stewart, Wendy Roncolato and Marcella Cox, coached by Andrew Patterson. Looks as though at this stage of the race, about halfway done, it's that crew in lane 5 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Zonga, Borgett, Innes and Eyes, who have a little bit of a lead over the rest of the field. Second place and third place is going to be tight to call. Of course, we're looking for 4 qualifiers across the line for the final. And so the race is going to be towards the back end of the pack. But that crew from Leichhardt looking in control at the front, with a steady rate of striking, and the water is very flat indeed. Immaculate conditions for sculling. Certainly it's going to be Leichhardt Rowing Club across the line, and I think they're going to take first place. There's a late push coming from UTS Rowing Club in lane 1. But I think that crew in lane 5 has done enough just to snatch that top and first qualifying spot. Leichhardt 1, UTS Haberfield 2, Nepean Rowing Club 3rd, and 4th and final qualifiers, Canberra Rowing Club in lane 6. And fortunately to miss out will now be Shoalhaven in lane 7, Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 3, Shell Harbour City in lane 8, Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 9, and to round out this race in lane 4, the University of New South Wales. So race 2 is underway. It's a second heat of the women's C-grade quadruple scull. As in race 1, the progression is that the first 4 crews across the line will progress through to the final at race 25, and the remainder will be eliminated. In lane 1, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Grace Connery, Lily Bennett, Josephine Egan and Ciara Ortolani, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalantar. In lane 2, from Newcastle Rowing Club, Makushla Keats, Charlotte Holford, Asher Olsen and Estella Olsen, coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders. In lane 3, from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Alessandra McCluskey-Voigt, Rebecca Giles, Charlotte Huntley and Izzy Hooton, coached by Sarah Ellis. In lane 4 from the Australian National University, Holly Kilmartin, Jessica Finnegan, Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower, coached by Edwin Bean. In lane 5, representing the University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks, Samantha Backler, Anna Ristich, Isabel Niven. Their coach is Chris Burns. In lane 6, representing Canberra Rowing Club, Sasha McDonough, Taya Neep, Nicola Greenland and Megan Chen, coached by Alex Hodges. In lane 7, from Glebe Rowing Club, Heidi Lindahl, Belindy Rowe, Josephine Duncan Nagy and Jacqueline Harris. And finally, in lane 8 is the University of New South Wales crew, Annabelle Singh, Ashley Potter, Lily Snogles and Caitlin Mulquaney, coached by Chris Burns. And coming into the final stages of this race now, looks as though that Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 6 is enjoying a very, very small advantage over Glebe in lane 7 and also the University of New South Wales in lane 5. Certainly this race not as pronounced in terms of the race leaders at this stage of the race. Canberra Rowing Club crew showing how it's done at this stage of the race. And they've got a relatively high rate of striking, and they are just going to put the pressure on Glebe Rowing Club and the University of New South Wales. That fourth and final qualifying spot, though, looks as going to go, it's down to the wire between the Australian National University and Leichhardt Rowing Club. It's a win for Canberra. Second place is going to be tight. I think it goes to Glebe and then to the University of New South Wales in lane 5. Fourth is very tight indeed. I think it's snatched by the ANU by a very small margin indeed. Leichhardt Rowing Club to miss out in 5th place. 6th place goes the way of Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 3. 7th place to the University of New South Wales in lane 8. And finally to Newcastle Rowing Club in 8th place.
Our next race is the first heat of the men's D-grade single scull. In lane 1, we have William Spooge representing Leichhardt. In lane 2, Nicholas Brown representing Drummoyne, coached by Robin Mackney. In lane 3, also from Leichhardt, Jeremy Cooper. And both Leichhardt scullers are coached by Isaac Shepherd and Dewar Callantar. In lane 4, James Baker from Nepean, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 5, Paul Grayson from Community Rowing, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. In lane 6, Hugh MacDonald from Penrith Rowing Club. In lane 7, Robert Olivia from St George Rowing Club, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 8, Damien Rand from Canberra Rowing Club, coached by Jeff Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. And in lane 9, Fraser Wilson from University of New South Wales, coached by Cameron Butler. The first 3 scullers in this heat will progress through to the final, which is at 12:29, and the remainder will be eliminated.
Well, thank you, Lizzie, and welcome back to New South Wales after your extended holiday in Western Australia.
It's some holiday.
Wearing a couple of hats.
Yes, that's right. A week of commentating at the Paddle Australia Canoe Sprint Championships at Champion Lakes, and the following week at the Australian Rowing Championships held by Rowing Australia, also at Champion Lakes. So a nice venue, but we are so lucky at Sydney, in Sydney, to have this wonderful international regatta centre. It's just that little bit bigger a footprint, and certainly for things like having stalls, suppliers, that sort of thing, the size of the boat park, etc. Yeah, we're very lucky.
Yeah. And one of the prevailing observations was the way in which, when the wind picked up at Champion Lakes, it blew across the course, and it made for less than fair conditions across the lake, but
that is true.
Which is not was not so much the case here at the Regatta Centre.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Very, very fair course that we have here in Sydney.
Yeah, we do, and I know when they first built this course, they took a lot of time, in its location and direction, but also things like the trees that we see around us, which have taken a long time to grow up. Well, I've been doing commentary for 10 years, and definitely we get more shelter now from them. Yeah. But yeah, we're very lucky, great venue. Champion Lakes, don't get me wrong, that's a great venue too, and it was most unfortunate we had the winds that we did, but everybody got through it. But how wonderful to be back here.
That's
great
right.
Conditions
That's
today.
Right. I think Champion Lakes is the only other artificially constructed rowing course in Australia.
That's an interesting, I don't know about Carrum. But I suspect you're right at the moment. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens in Queensland. I know they're talking about Wyalong, but they need to make changes to that lake.
Wyalong is a natural lake. Yes, a natural dam.
Yeah. Yep. So we'll see, but the size of the event was enormous, and I think if there's a chance for us to have more purpose-built regatta centres, then I think probably our sport has got to the stage where there would be the demand for it.
That's right. For the moment, looks like Nicholas Brown in lane 2 from Drummoyne Rowing Club making the best of things in this first heat of the men's D-grade single scull. As you've mentioned, Lizzie, the first 3 boats across the line will go to the final at race 26, and the rest will be eliminated. So Nicholas Brown representing Drummoyne there in lane 2. Also a pretty good performance coming in from, I think that's Robert Olivier from St George Rowing Club in lane 7 with that horizontal red stripe. And also Hugh MacDonald from Penrith Rowing Club looking pretty good as well. And Leichhardt Rowing Club's Jeremy Cooper in lane 3. And Nicholas Brown just taken the rate of striking down, knowing that he's done enough to progress through to the final. But the race at the moment, Lizzie, is going to be between Jeremy Cooper from Leichhardt Rowing Club and Hugh MacDonald from Penrith. And they are battling for that 3rd place. I think MacDonald just has his bow nose in front of that Leichhardt sculler. 1st place goes to St George, lane 7. 2nd place to Drummoyne. 3rd place, really tight indeed, goes the way of Penrith, just ahead of Leichhardt's Jeremy Cooper, who misses out on progression. 5th place now goes to Nepean Rowing Club's James Baker. in lane 4. 6th place to Fraser Wilson of the University of New South Wales. 7th place to Canberra Rowing Club, Damien Rand. And not finally, William Spewage of Leichhardt Rowing Club. To finalise the field will be Paul Grayson from Community Rowing Club in lane 5.
So confirming that progressing through to the final from that heat of the men's D-grade single scull will be Robert Olivier from St George, who won the heat, Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne, who came second, and Hugh MacDonald from Penrith, who came third. The winning time provisional is 4:03.2. The margins were 1.74 and 5.04, and Jeremy Cooper from Leichhardt missing out by 0.65 of a second. Our next race is the second heat of the men's D-grade single scull. We have 3 heats, and the first 3 in each will progress through to a 9-lane final. In lane 1, we have Tim Artelaris from ANU, coached by Dion Grant and William Hatcher. In lane 2, Christopher Jones from St George Rowing Club, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 3, Riley Elliott from Canberra Rowing Club, coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 4, Andrew Sapansky from Nepean Rowing Club, coached by Lindsay Callahan. In lane 6, Jasper Richards from Leichhardt Rowing Club, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Jua Kalantar. In lane 7, Harry O'Donnell from University of New South Wales, coached by Cam Butler. And in lane 9, Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean, coached by Daniel Woodell. So we have a good mix here of youngsters, up-and-coming youngsters and masters. And it's a 1,000 metre race, which is the distance that we race for Masters races. And for those of you who aren't tuned into the world of Masters rowing, New South Wales will be hosting the National Masters Rowing Championships in early June here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. And leading into that, in a couple of weeks' time, we will hold the New South Wales State Masters Championships. So some of these rowers are doing the final racing of their season at the end of the open season, and others are just cranking it up, getting ready for their championships. And what a great day to do it. So they're through the halfway mark, and some of the early leaders are Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean, who's on the side closest to the grandstand. In the lane, or the sculler next to him, not the lane next to him because that's empty, but Harry O'Donnell from University of New South Wales having a good race against Ezekiel Pratt. And then it's across to the far side where we have 3 boats in contention. In lane 3, Riley Elliott from Canberra. In lane 2, Christopher Jones from St George. And in lane 1, Tim Artelaris from ANU. And then we have a couple of scullers further back, Andrew Sapansky from Nepean and Jasper Richards from Leichhardt.
Yep, that's right, Lizzie. Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean Rowing Club looking the goods at this stage. He's the closest to the grandstand. And yeah, some really nice flat water for him and for his competitors as they come into the final 100 metres of this second heat of the men's D-grade single scull. Ezekiel is just being pressured by Harry O'Donnell of the University of New South Wales. They'll both qualify in probably the first and second places, I would say. The real race is for that third and final qualifying spot, but that's not in much doubt either. So a win for Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean Rowing Club. Second place now to O'Donnell from the University of New South Wales. Third place is going to go the way of Riley Elliott from Canberra Rowing Club, who's just got the better of Christopher Jones from St George and also Tim Artelaris from the Australian National University, who take 4th and 5th place respectively. Gutsy finish coming in now from Jasper Richards in lane 6 from Leichhardt Rowing Club.
So the winner there in the second heat of the men's D grade single scull and making his way through to the final, Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean Rowing Club. Second, Harry O'Donnell from University of New South Wales. And third, Riley Elliott from Canberra, the first of our visitors to make it through to the final, I think. And the winning time was 3 minutes 58.92, the margin 2.44 and 3.92. Ezekiel's, he's only about 15. He won the under-16s at the state championships. So great to see him continuing his progress. Our third heat of the men's D grade single scull is now in progress. So we're looking for the final three for our final at 12:29. In lane 2, Scott Purves from University of New South Wales, coached by Cam Butler. In lane 3, Mark McEwen from Glebe Rowing Club. Great to have the McEwens back in the country again. Michael Kemp from Balmain is in lane 4. Stuart Boyd from Lake Macquarie is in lane 5. Mark Whitaker from Shoalhaven is in lane 6. He's coached by Andrew Parry. Tom Masterson of St George Rowing Club in lane 7, coached by Mark Featherstone. Massimo Fitzsimon of Leichhardt is in lane 8, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Dua Kalantar. And from Penrith, Doug Young in lane 9, coached by Ian McRae.
So we're just having a discussion up here. Can't quite tell who's in the lead with any degree of certainty, but looks to be Tom Masterson from St George looking in a good position. Scott Purves also from the University of New South Wales over there in lane 2, making the best of things. So I would hazard a guess that those two scullers are in the lead. Third place is looking a little bit tighter between that Lake Macquarie sculler, Stuart Boyd, Balmain's Michael Kemp, and then a little bit back to Shoalhaven's Mark Whitaker, Lizzie. So it's a tight race for third place, but yeah, things are crystallising a bit as our top two scullers come towards the finish line. It's going to be Tom Masterson from St George and Scott Purves from the UNSW, and it's the former of those two scullers that just pushes his nose into the lead in the last stroke, so he takes the win. Purves from UNSW second, third place and final qualifier goes to Boyd from Lake Macquarie. Fourth place to Whitaker from Shoalhaven. Fifth place to Michael Kemp from Balmain. And sixth place is going to go the way of Mark McKeon from Glebe. And two scullers yet to finish in lane 8, Massimo Fitzsimon, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, and Massimo looking like a very young chap indeed. So a fantastic effort for him to be out here sculling. He claims 7th place.
And possibly at the different end of the age spectrum, Doug Young from Penrith Rowing Club completing our field. So confirming that the three scullers who will progress through to the final of the men's D grade single scull will be Tom Masterson from St George Rowing Club, Scott Purves from the University of New South Wales, and Stuart Boyd from Lake Macquarie. They'll be racing again at 12:29, race number 26. The winning time for Tom Masterson was 4 minutes 3.43, the margins 0.6 and 6.46. And that 4:03 compares with 3:58 by Ezekiel Pratt in the previous heat and 4:03 for Robert Olivier of St George in the heat before. So those are the preliminaries for the men's D grade single scull. We now know who's in the final, and we move to the first of our para races with the para single scull racing over 2,000 metres. In this single sculls race, we have Sam Shalhoub from Community Rowing Club in lane 1, Stuart John from ANU in lane 4, Lauren Webber from Community Rowing Club in lane 5, and Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 6. So the reason for a couple of lanes being left clear between the community sculler and the ANU sculler is that Sam Shalhoub's physical impairment is a visual impairment, and so that just allows enough space for the wash of the guide that can follow the sculler down. Sam is coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan, as is Lauren Webber in lane 5 from Community Rowing Club. And as I was corrected last week, I had thought the Community Rowing Club, well, it certainly specialises in para rowing, does a fantastic job there too, but it's actually an open club, so looking for members rowing in open categories, juniors and masters, so open to all, and based there on the Lane Cove River at the old Macquarie Uni boat shed. So our para single scull race is now in progress with Sam Shalhoub over in lane 1, our vision impaired athlete, Stuart John in lane 4, Lauren Webber in lane 5 and Stephanie Walker in lane 6. So we have a mix of physical and intellectual impairments in the one race, but all of the rowers are PR3, which means they can use their legs, their trunk and their arms. And we've got the wonderful advantage of having a camera on one of the umpires' launches, and that umpires' launch is following Sam, our visually impaired athlete. He is entitled to have a guide to ensure he stays on course. And if you look at the big screen now, if you're in the grandstand or on your smartphone, have a look at the live stream, you can see the camera now filming Sam as he progresses. This will be great footage for his coaches so that they can have a look at what he's doing and give him some feedback. And if you're watching this live stream and you're new to the sport of rowing, and you've just tuned in to watch one of your friends or a member of your family, we've got 2 disciplines in the sport of rowing, and the one you're looking at on the screen now is sculling, which is where we have an oar in each hand, as opposed to what we call sweep, which is where we have 1 oar and both of your hands are on that 1 oar, and obviously you need to have a partner or a few partners in order to keep in a straight line. You can see from this that we have outriggers on the boat, which are the pieces of metal that protrude on either side of the boat. And the oar is attached to the boat with what we call gates or swivels on the end of those outriggers. The boat itself is quite narrow and pretty wobbly, although not as wobbly as a kayak. And in the case of a single scull, there's no steering wire, there's no rudder, there's just a fin keeping the boat stable, and the boat is steered by putting force on the blade or a bit of pressure on the foot. What a lovely view, Michael, looking down at the flags there.
Well, that's right, some really tidy sculling from Sam Shalhoub of the Community Rowing Club, and yeah, a pretty iconic vista of the many, many flags that adorn, I don't know what end that is, perhaps the western end of the regatta centre. And what a lovely day it is for rowing. We are being treated to world-class conditions.
We are, and that camera has just panned around, so in the lane next to Sam, or closest to Sam, is Stuart John visiting from Canberra, representing the Australian National University. Stuart will be up here during the course of the weekend doing some commentary.
Stuart John, Australian Capital Territory representative.
Oh, he was, wasn't he? Yes, in the para single scull.
4th in the interstate regatta.
So, yes, he was very happy with that result, which is great news. And he's leading this race at the moment. And there we go, you're panning out now on the big screen. You can see the all of the contestants. So Stuart in the lead, Sam over to the right-hand side of the screen, the far side if you're watching from the course. And then Stephanie and Lauren Webber. Lauren at Community Rowing Club, Stephanie at Drummoyne, but they both rowed together at school, I think, at PLC years ago, at the start of their rowing career. Oh, Stuart looks like he's having a lovely scull there. Beautiful water. Making his way now into the last 100 metres of the race to take out this straight final in our para single scull. And great to hear some cheering there for Stephanie and Lauren and Sam.
Stuart John lifting his rate of striking ever so slightly as he comes into the final 100 metres. The boat looking very trim indeed in those distinctive blue and white colours of the Australian National University.
I'm just wondering whether this is the final race of the season for him, or whether he's going to be, whether he's even old enough to compete at Masters. Who knows?
I couldn't say.
A great win there for Stuart John from ANU, taking out the final of the Para Single Scull at the Edward Trickett Grade Championships of New South Wales.
Second place looking all but certain now to go to Sam Shalhoub from the Community Rowing Club.
Sam's a masseur.
Is that right?
Yeah, he is, and heard about rowing after giving treatment to a rower, an elite rower, and thought, oh, hold on, maybe my impairment would count for something in that sport. So great to have him in the sport. I think he's been rowing at community rowing now for a couple of years. And our next contestant coming up is Lauren Webber from community rowing. I should say also from community rowing. Again, raising her rate of striking. Crossing the line, third position, first female home in our Para Single Scull event. And she is closely followed by Lauren Webber from Drummoyne Rowing Club, who is coached by Kathleen Hextall. Great finish there. Well done, Stephanie. So our winning time for Stuart, 9 minutes, 6 seconds over that 2,000 metre course. And our next race is already on the course. Again, it's over 2,000 metres, and it's the first heat of the men's B grade double scull. So our grades start at D, which is where you've just got out of novice. Then they move up to C, through B to A. B grade double scull, so the first 4 in this heat will progress through to an 8-lane final. We have 2 heats. And the remainder of the athletes will be eliminated from the event. In lane 2, we have the University of New South Wales, represented by Chris Burns and Michael Pickford. They are coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 3, representing UTS, Zinc Bosco and Mitch Blackmore-Cram, coached by Elliot Shatcloth-Bertonetti. In lane 4, from the ANU, the Australian National University, and a C-grade double, Clem Soutzman and Max Reardon, coached by Dion Grant and William Hatcher. In lane 5, from the University of New South Wales, Anthony Ball and Zach Partridge. In lane 6, from ANU, Ishan Shalaka and Jonathan Adams. In lane 7, from the University of New South Wales, Flynn Wilkinson and Frederick Learoyd. And in lane 8, from Canberra, Canberra Rowing Club, Alex Tomanovitz and James Waldersea, coached by Mart Kwiatkowski and Jeff Brown. James, who originally hailed from Balmain Rowing Club, but then spent a number of years at UTS Haberfield Rowing Club and is now based in Canberra, rowing for Canberra Rowing Club. And it's that crew in lane 8 that is currently sitting in second place. Our leading crew is Zinc Bosco and Mitch Blackmore-Cram from UTS over in lane 3. Folks, you'll be seeing a fair amount of UTS Haberfield at this regatta as they look to clinch the point score for the season and take home that trophy. With regards to medals and trophies, they're going to be the presentations will be taking place on the presentation dais immediately after each final. So at the end of a race, competitors should loop around, just as our para singles have done, and come into the pontoon. So looking certain to take out the first heat of the men's B grade double scull en route to the final, Zinc Bosco in the bow seat, a lightweight sculler, and Mitch Blackmore-Cram from UTS, coached by Elliot Shackloff-Bertonetti. And crossing the line now, they'll take out that first heat in a time of just over 7 minutes, 7:03.95. Second across the line will be the crew of Alex Tomanovitz and James Waldersee, looking very calm and controlled there. And joining them in the final will be Flynn Wilkinson and Frederick Learoyd of University of New South Wales, and Klim Tautzman and Max Reardon of ANU. So 4 different clubs or universities going through. Fifth across the line from lane 6, the ANU crew of Shalaka and Adams. In 6th place, University of New South Wales, Ball and Partridge. In 7th place, University of New South Wales, Burns and Pickford. Those crews will now drop out of the event. So confirming through to the final, first UTS, Bosco and Blackmore Cram, second Canberra, Tomanovitz and Waldersee, third University of New South Wales, Wilkinson and Learoyd, and fourth ANU, Soutzman and Reardon. Winning time 7:03.95, the margins 15.61, 4.88 and 6.10. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the para single scull men's event. In second place and silver medalist, representing Community Rowing Club, Sam Shalhoub. Gold medalist and grade champion of New South Wales for 2023, representing ANU, Stuart John. I did omit to say that the medals are being presented by Michael McRae, board member of Rowing New South Wales. And now the presentation, first of all, let's congratulate both our medalists in the men's para single scull. And now the presentation of medal for the women's para single scull. Gold medalist and grade champion for 2023 in the women's para single scull, representing Community Rowing Club, Lauren Webber. Congratulations to Lauren. So our second heat of the men's B grade double scull is now in progress with Nick Mather and James Scott Brown of UTS Haberfield in lane 2. They are coached by Elliot Shackloff-Bertonetti. Samuel Harrop and Mackley Stalker of ANU in lane 3. They're coached by Dion Grant and William Hatcher. In lane 4, Jago Lambert and Daniel Morris representing the University of New South Wales, coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 5, Bradley Moran and Liam Taylor of Penrith Rowing Club, coached by Lindsay Callahan. In lane 6, Austin Benny and Angus Scott of Canberra Rowing Club, coached by Alison Chin, Jeff Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 7, Peter Waldersee and Ryan Gibson of UTS Haberfield. And in lane 8, Jack Clements and Rosyth Johnston of the University of New South Wales. Well, Michael McRae, fresh from presenting medals, back in the commentary box. Michael, looks like we've got a humdinger of a race on our hands here in this second heat of the men's B-grade double scull.
Humdinger is right, Lizzie. We have some fantastic calibre of scullers on the course. Peter Waldersee, Ryan Gibson, we're just talking about that pairing, Lizzie.
Yes.
They're an experienced boat, of course. The whole cohort is experienced, of course, but that Peter Waldersee and Ryan Gibson combination.
A new combination,
A new combination, amassing up many years of experience between them.
Yeah, and probably looking for fun as well as medals.
I would say so, of course.
Knowing those
this
two.
is the Trickett Grade Championship, so it's a grade regatta, and it's also a very fun weekend.
Yeah, 100%. And is that Penrith Rowing Club in that yellow boat? I think it is. Yes, it is, the Yellow Blades. So this is the first time I have seen Bradley Moran and Liam Taylor in a boat together. They have been bashing the hell out of each other for a few years now in the single sculls, both coached by Lindsay Callahan. Fantastic performance at the national championships, and now here they are in a double scull. So could this be the beginning of a new double scull coming out of the stable of Lindsay Callahan over there at Penrith Rowing Club on the Nepean River? We will wait and see. Right now they're just playing it cool, just making their way through to the final. UTS now upping the rate of striking. Peter Waldersee and Ryan Gibson just practicing the little lift into the finish. A very attractive pink bucket hat and blue bucket hat in that boat. Challenged by the pink bucket hats from Penrith Rowing Club.
Yeah, that's right. Gibson and Waldersee looking very comfortable indeed, crossing the line in first place.
Penrith looking too cool for school, taking out second place. Very good.
Third place will go to the other UTS Haberfield combination, Nick Mather and James Scott Brown in lane 2. So they take the third qualifying place, and the last of those qualifying places will go the way of the University of New South Wales in lane 8, Jack Clements and Rosyth Johnson. Fifth place to ANU's Harrop and Stalker. Sixth place now goes to Canberra Rowing Club's Austin Benny and Angus Scott. And seventh place to the University of New South Wales in lane 4, Jago Lambert and Daniel Morris.
So just confirming that the crews that are going to progress through to the final, race number 28, are the UTS combination of Waldersee and Gibson, the Penrith Rowing Club crew of Moran and Taylor, The UTS combination of Mather and Scott Brown and the University of New South Wales crew Clements and Johnston, and their final will be at 12:55. So it looks to me as though the race before lunch, maybe not. It's 12:55 anyway. Oh yes, race before lunch. Time for the previous heat was 7:03.95. Waldersea and Gibson 7:13. So a bit of a difference, but I think a different pace as well.
Looking as though we're going to have a fantastic final, Lizzie.
Yes.
Both Waldersea brothers
fun.
lining up against each other. No love lost, let me assure you.
Well, you would know.
And I
you
would know.
You know them too well. Yeah.
Yeah, far too well.
Excellent. We're looking forward to it. 12:55, folks. Put that one in your calendar. And now we are going back to 1,000 metre racing, where we have the first heat of the women's C grade double scull. So C grade and D grade race over 1,000 metres. Again, the first four will progress through to the final. So we have two heats. First four from each heat will progress through to an eight-lane final. Our first crew has withdrawn. That was the community double of Marshall and Webber, because Lauren has just raced the single. So we start with lane 2, Glebe Rowing Club, Josephine Duncan Nagy and Jackie Harris. In lane 3, University of New South Wales, it's actually a D grade double, Georgina Browning and Catherine Vargoski, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 4, from Canberra Rowing Club, Jordan Turner and Megan Chen, coached by Alex Hodges. In lane 5, from the University of New South Wales, Isabella Niven and Caitlin Mulqueeny. In lane 6, from Canberra, Caitlin Morgan and Gabby Pidcock. In lane 7, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Josephine Egan and Ciara Ortolani, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Jua Kalantar. And in lane 8, from Newcastle Rowing Club, Makushla Keats and Estella Olsen, coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders.
Thank you, Lizzie, and we've got a fantastic line that has been orchestrated by our starters down at the 1,000 metre mark. You can see on the Bont Rowing live stream, ladies and gentlemen, that we are looking all but set for a start in the women's C grade double scull. It's the first heat and we're underway. On your screen you'll see the camera panning across the crews. So as with many of these races today, Lizzie, this is the New South Wales Grade Championships at the Trickett Regatta, which means that we see a range of age groups competing in the same race together, and if this race is no exception. So a mix of masters and juniors and open-aged categories in this race.
A real festival of rowing.
That's right.
I think I have given out false information there. I have said that the men's B double scull final is race number 29, but I no longer believe that is the case, so I will just check my facts there and come back to you. Yep, it's definitely not 12:55, because that's the women's B grade coxless pair. So it will be at 12:47, race number 28, not 29, at 12:47. And of course, we're seeing a great turnout from the universities. So universities will, of course, have had fresh intakes of rowers in January, February time when term started. And so really for the university clubs, they're just getting up and going with their new intake, as opposed to the standard clubs who have come to the end of their season. So I would imagine that's one of the reasons why we've got such a lot of competition here from the universities. And again, we've got 2 University of New South Wales crews here, and we had 2 in the men's B grade in the previous race. And then we also have UTS, ANU, contesting things hotly. In this race, University of New South Wales are in lane 3 and lane 5. We've got Canberra Rowing Club in lane 4 and lane 6. Glebe, Josephine Duncan-Nagy and Jackie Harris. We can see them out there on their own across on the far side to the right of your camera if you're looking at the live screen. They're tracking along nicely with the crew from Leichhardt, I believe it is, of Josephine Egan and Ciara Ortolani.
So that's Glebe crew, Lizzie,
New South Wales.
Duncan, Nagy and Harris. That's a Masters, I suppose, categorised crew. Not in this race, of course. They're a C-grade crew, but Masters rowers, I should say. We're up against, of course, Georgina Brownie and Catherine Vargoski from University of New South Wales, the younger combination. Oh, sorry, Niven and Caitlin Morqueenie in lane 5. And those two crews are going head-to-head in the final 100 metres. It's between New South and Glebe over there in lane 2, and they're going to be battling it out for that fastest qualifying position. But Leichhardt Rowing Club's Josephine Egan and Ciara Ortolani hot on their heels, and of course Canberra Rowing Club's Caitlin Morgan and Gabby Pidcock. It's going to come right down to the line, but University of New South Wales is going to take the win in this first heat of the C-grade women's double scull. Second place goes to Glebe, third place goes to Leichhardt, fourth place to Canberra Rowing Club. So those are your 4 qualifiers for the final in race 30. In 5th place now, in lane 4 is also Canberra Rowing Club, Jordan Turner and Megan Chen. 6th place is going to go the way of Newcastle Rowing Club in lane 8, Makushla Keats and Estella Olsen. And finally across the line in lane 3, University of New South Wales, Georgina Browning and Catherine Vargoski. So Lizzie, race 10 is underway. It's the second heat of the women's C-grade double scull with a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression through to the final. So in lane 1 representing Glebe Rowing Club, Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard. In lane 2 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Grace Connery and Lily Bennett, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalanta. In lane 3 from the University of New South Wales is Samantha Backler and Charlotte Stanwicks, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 4 from Lake Macquarie is Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald, coached by Odin McIntosh. In lane 5, representing the Canberra Rowing Club, Sasha McDonough and Taya Neep, coached by Alex Hodges. In lane 6, representing Penrith Rowing Club, Madison Joins and Zoe Weisner, coached by Lindsay Callahan and Daryl Young. In lane 7, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Rhiannon Sandow and Holly Wardlaw. And finally, in lane 8, from UTS Haberfield, Avery Bramble and Julia Ungermark, coached by Judith Ungermark. So we've got a race in our hands in this second heat of the women's C-grade double scull. The University of New South Wales in lane 3 going head-to-head with Lake Macquarie in lane 4, and also very much in the mix is Glebe Rowing Club in lane 1. Just a little bit back to Penrith Rowing Club in lane 6, but it's pretty close for those top 4 positions. Each of them looking fairly safe to qualify for the final, but it's just the order in which they will finish that remains to be determined. Lake Macquarie mounting a late assault to leap ahead of the University of New South Wales crew, and they're going to claim the win in this second heat of the women's C-grade double scull. So win for Lake Macquarie, second to University of New South Wales, third place will go the way of Penrith, fourth place to Glebe in lane 1, fifth place, again, very tight indeed. I think Leichhardt snatches it off of the other Leichhardt crew in lane 2. Followed by UTS's Bramble and Ungermark. And in 8th place, Sasha McDonough and Taya Neep from the Canberra Rowing Club.
What a race! Things are heating up now. So our first heat of the women's C-grade double scull, which was won by the University of New South Wales crew of Isabella Niven and Caitlin Mulqueeny, was won in a time of 4 minutes .45, and the margins were very tight, 1.48 and 1.82 and 2.36. But that heat that you just saw was won by Lake Macquarie's Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald in a slightly faster time of 3 minutes 58.18. The margins 1.34, 2.80 and 1.36. So I think again we've got a great final coming up in a couple of hours' time. That will be race 30, which will be the first race after lunch. Back to men's racing and back to D grade. We have the first of 2 heats in the men's D grade quadruple scull. The first 4 will progress through to the final. In lane 3 from St George, Byron Matheson, Rory Cole, James Rudzis and Lachlan Dunn, coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 4, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Jasper Richards, Jeremy Cooper, William Spooge and Massimo Fitzsimon, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Dewar Callantar. In lane 5, Endeavour Rowing Club, Peter Bowman, Gerard Corran, Matthew Patton and Tim Blomfield, coached by Peter Bond. In lane 6, a second St George Rowing Club crew of Matthew Giller, Robert Olivia, Tom Masterson and James Hunt, coached by Mark Featherstone. And in lane 7 from Glebe Rowing Club, Callum Steele, Ariel Polanco Garcia, Mark Tejan and Nicholas Galea. And that's a St George crew that's sending some very clear intentions to the rest of the field sitting there in lane 6.
I think you're right, Lizzie. It is that St George crew. That's Giller, Olivier, Masterson and Hunt in that yellow boat.
And we've seen those guys in the D grade single scull. Masterson won his heat. And Robert Olivier won his heat.
Yeah, that's right. And in addition to those names, a quick shout out to James Hunt. Used to row at the University of Technology Sydney Rowing Club a couple of years ago, but has since gone back to his home club of St George. Yeah.
Excellent. I do
Scots
love
College
that
alumni.
transition. Yeah, I was going to say school, club, university, back to club.
One of nature's gentlemen, and yeah, he's a guy who's gone through the rowing system, and is a great and valued member of the community and well liked. And he's stroking this boat to victory in the first heat of the men's D grade quad scull. Second place is going to be very tight indeed. St George in lane 3, I think, snatch it off of Glebe in lane 7. So that's 2 and 3 respectively. Fourth place is going to go the way of Endeavour Rowing Club in lane 5. And finalising this race now, Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 4.
So the winning time for our first St George crew, 3 minutes 24, the margin 8.02 ahead of the second St George crew, both of them progressing through to the final, along with Glebe Rowing Club, where the margin was just 1 second, and Endeavour, where there was a further 10.07 seconds margin. Our second heat is coming onto the start line now in the men's D grade quad scull with Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 3, Mackenzie Shepherd, Nathaniel Lawson, Jack Park and Alistair Simmons, coached by Sarah Ellis. Canberra Rowing Club in lane 4, Damien Rand, Nicholas Scopel, Riley Dale and Jaden Peters, coached by Jeff Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 5, another crew from St George Rowing Club, Ayrton Grania Ramos, Glenn Shooter, Chris Jones and Alan Robertson, coached by Bruce Williams. Penrith Rowing Club's Steve Hill, Magnus Butlin, Ian Randall and Hugh MacDonald in lane 6, and in lane 7 from Shoalhaven, Bradley Sewell, Stuart Drury, Andres Medenis and Mark Whitaker, coached by Andrew Parry.
Lizzie, we've got a fantastic race shaping up before our eyes in the D-grade quad scull. The second heat this is. It's actually really close between Canberra Rowing Club, Canberra Rowing Club, yes, and St George in lanes 4 and 5. Really tight indeed. I think St George have just got their bow ball in front, maybe a quarter of a length ahead of Canberra. Third place at this stage, I think it's Shoalhaven, but by a very small margin indeed. So St George looking poised to seize the fastest qualifying place from the second heat.
That's good. St George cruise through to the final.
Yes. So St George take the win. Second place to Canberra. Third place to Shoalhaven. And fourth place to Penrith. So it looks as though we didn't have a start from Drummoyne.
I've just had a look down because I know these guys quite well, and I think they've had an equipment problem because there's only 2 of them racing, and I would have expected them to be right up there contesting for the win. So sadly, Drummoyne Rowing Club, they will finish the race. Good for them, but only with 2 people rowing, so that's a bit sad. Yes, that St George crew that just won was Ayrton Grania Ramos, Glenn Shooter, Christopher Jones and Alan Robertson, and they will be joining their 2 other St George D-grade quads in the final. Their winning time was 3 minutes 26.89, and that compares with 3:24 in the previous heat. The margin 8:02, 1 and 10 seconds, almost exactly the same as the previous
looks like
race.
we are in for an absolute cracker then in the final at race 34.
Well, actually, it's my bad eyes. 2.53, 2.11 and 3.05. So yes, less than a length between them. It will be. And Drummoyne Rowing Club now completing that race as best they are able, but at least they finished. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a gap, we think, of 30 minutes. So the next race will be our para single scull racing over 1,000 metres, and they will be kicking off at 10:30 a.m. So we'll see you back here in 25 minutes.
And we're back racing here at the 2023 Trickett Championships. The race coming down the course now is the 1,000-metre para single sculls. So we have 3 competitors in this race. Lane 1 from Glebe Rowing Club, Mika Kelly, coached by Mark Tetchen. Lane 4 from Community Rowing Club, Bronte Marshall, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. In lane 5 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Julia Story, coached by Kathleen Hextall. And in lane 6 from Community Rowing Club, Stephen Lawler, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. And joining me in the commentary box is one of said coaches, it's Mark Tetchen. Good morning.
I'm not sure about the quality of the coaching, but we do spend a bit of time with Mika, and she's come along great guns. She she came across the bay to us from the Dragon boats, and she's just secured a spot in the Auroras, which I believe is a Masters Australian team. I think she's going to Tokyo or somewhere for an international event.
Nice.
So she's mixing up the rowing with the dragon boating, which makes us sort of question it slightly, but certainly very determined rower, very determined athlete.
Yeah, very, very determined athlete. She's over in lane number 1, so she does have the following boat behind her. So Mika is visually impaired. And what you'll find with the visually impaired para-athletes is that they'll have a boat in behind them and they'll have a little headset, so a little earpiece. And so a person in the following boat can actually call out, which directions they need to go, whether or not they need to put more pressure on their bow or their stroke or that kind of thing. So it's actually quite a fascinating way of going about it.
Yeah.
And it's one of those ones that you sort of sit there and go, wow.
Stuart, ideally they'd have a headset. Yeah. We don't have a headset for Mika, so you can see the follow boat is actually quite close, and it's one of us will sit in the front of the follow boat and just call out the instructions.
Yep. Also quite close at the moment, out in front, it is Bronte Marshall and Julia Story. Now, both these women have been selected for the Virtus Global Games, so that'll be over in Vichy, France, over later in the year. So that's for people with an intellectual impairment. So Bronte and Julia, as they went through the 1,000 metres, there wasn't much to pick between the two. So Julia Story was the New South Wales representative in the interstate para single sculls this year. So she finished, I think she might have finished 4th in that particular race.
It's a great race there, Stuart. They're neck and neck pretty much, as far as I can see.
Yeah, look, and it may even be Bronte just getting a nose out in front. So Bronte was a bronze medalist back in 2021 in the interstate regatta for New South Wales. So the little pocket rocket, you talk about determination. Bronte certainly has that in absolute spades. Julia was part also at Nationals of a double with Mac Russell that finished in bronze position over in Perth in some pretty trying conditions. That final, it was windy, it was wet, it was basically everything in your worst nightmare that you could possibly think about.
And a couple of quite different rowing styles here. Bronte is rating much higher than Julia. Julia's really going for boat run, so and I think it's working to her advantage now. Bronte's probably just running low on energy, but no, she's given it everything she's got, absolutely, as they come into the last couple of 100 metres here.
So Julia's Story out in front of Bronte Marshall. Then we're back a little bit to Mika Kelly sitting in 3rd place, and it does look like Stephen Lawler from Community Rowing Club just had a few issues. We can see the BR boat next to him, so hopefully he's fine and able to go through. They were level at the 500 metres, but coming in to the finish now, as you mentioned there, Mark, Julia Story really getting that really nice boat run. She's dropped the rate of striking now down significantly, coming up towards the finish line, and she will finish in that gold medal position in the 1,000 metre para single scull here at the 2023 Trickett Regatta. Coming through in 2nd place will be Bronte Marshall. So she'll take the silver medal there. So the winning time for Julia of 4 minutes 27.69 with the margin of 6.5 seconds between 1st and 2nd. So it was interesting that you mentioned the difference in the rowing styles there, Mark, because really, I guess for Bronte, the trickiness is that she will use a lot of energy, like quite quick, but will use a lot of energy. And I guess that's the trade-off because she is quite a shorter rower.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the Kathleen Hextall is coaching her, who's a great tactician when you get out on the water. So, yeah,
Don't
very
say that, I've
interesting.
got a race against Kathleen later on.
And here comes Mika Kelly about to cross the line. I've got a few coaching tips just watching her as she's going by there. But yeah, a great effort from Mika there. Her time, she's for about be about 5:15 by the look of it. I'm doing some mental sums in my head. And it does look like Stephen Lawler has had an issue out there. The recovery boats are pulling him off the course.
So confirmation there of the win for Julia Story in the 1,000-metre para-single scull. Second place going to Bronte Marshall from Community Rowing Club, with third going to Mika Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club.
And the next race will be race 14. It's due in about 10 minutes. So it'll be the first heat of the men's B grade single scull. There are 2 heats. So we might just cross over to what you can see on the screen at the moment is the Bont Rowing graphic. And Bont Rowing is the sponsor of the Point Score Trophy this year. At this regatta, it's triple points. Currently in the lead is UTS, followed by Leichhardt Rowing Club and Uni of New South Wales, but there's enough room for those margins to change. And last time I looked at the point score, Glebe was sitting at, I think, 5th place. Which we're pretty proud of for a small, well, we're not so much a small club anymore, but yeah, for a small club. But I can't remember, did they say the prize is for the winner is $4,000 worth of Bont?
That's not a bad little prize there.
Bont shoes, I dare say, or Bont equipment. So thank you, Bont Rowing.
So you can see there on the screen, UTS with 1,000 points, Leichhardt 778.28, and the University of New South Wales 725.78. It is triple points though, this regatta, I've been informed.
Yeah.
So you can make up a lot of ground very, very quickly on those triple points.
Absolutely, yeah. So we'll see how we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the medal presentation. Not quite yet. ladies and gentlemen, medal presentation for the para single scull. The silver medal goes to Bronte Marshall, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam, being presented by Michael McRae, Enviro New South Wales board member. And the gold medal to Julia Story from Drummoyne Rowing Club, coached by Kathleen Hextall. Please give it, medal winners, a big hand.
And just a reminder, guys, as we're waiting for the start of the first heat of the men's B-grade single sculls, that once you are finished racing, please return your bow numbers to the bottom floor of the finish tower. So bow numbers going to the bottom level at the finish tower. And if you hand those back really quickly, then it means everyone else can grab them for their races moving forwards.
And if you can see the screen, the race 14, the first heat of the men's B-grade single scull is lining up. Thank you to the volunteer boat holders down the far end of the course. It'll be the first 4 through to the final, and that will be race 35, which will be at I don't actually have the time here, but it'll be after lunch. After lunch. So over on the far side in lane 1, representing UTS, is William Ellis, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti. In lane 2 from Canberra, Garvin Hayes, coached by Tom Hayes and Alison Chin. In lane 3 from Leichhardt, Quan Guimaras, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 4 from Glebe, Carter Clifton. In lane 5 from Penrith, Liam Taylor, coached by Lindsay Callahan. In lane 6 from Canberra, Austin Benny, coached by Jeffrey Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 7 from Black Mountain, Matthew Rickard. And in lane 8 from UTS, Zachary Hyde, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti. Looks like it could be some good racing in this, just looking at some of those names there, Stuart.
Yeah, and a few of those were over at the national titles over in Perth recently. So Matt Ricard from Black Mountain, he rode with Alex Tomanovitz from Canberra Rowing Club, who's in the next heats. They were in the lightweight under-21 double from memory, winning bronze medal in that, as well as the single sculls. So some very handy rowers that they've got there. Garvin Hayes, his brother Cormac Hayes, has been a junior Australian representative a number of times, and actually his mum Colette Harkin is out, or was out, on one of the boats earlier, probably is now for her son, taking photos with the long lens, so keep an eye out for her.
And Quan Guimaras is a very handy masters rower. It makes us a little bit nervous when we see him pulling up on the start line. So it's a very interesting race.
There's some interesting hat attires there. There's a pink bucket hat going on there. I think it's Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club. So digging it.
Well, we like to see the fashions on the field.
Maybe that's a competition for the Trickett Regatta or the Reindeer Regatta. Fashions on the field.
Exactly. So although we called William Ellis from UTS in lane 1, he's scratched from this race. So just the 8 lanes. Full field, the 7 lanes. So full field in this.
And it does look like we're just missing Matty Ricard at the moment from Black Mountain. And judging by everyone turning around to have a bo peep, he might not be all that far away. So just waiting for the start of race number 14 of the men's B-grade single sculls, and it is absolutely wonderful conditions here. And for the people that have been out at Nationals, this will be a very welcome piece of water to be rowing at, and not having the wind gust you and pushing you back towards the start.
Look, we were watching it on the live feed, and it just looked dreadful. Yeah, particularly for some of the single scullers, the young single scullers, and I believe it was like a sideways wind with the white caps. And
yeah, so it was a crosshead. So it was coming across from lanes 7 and 8 and sort of blowing across into lane 1. So if you were in lane 1, it was a little bit problematic. Then you would be rowing along, and then the gusts would be what absolutely killed you, because it was the headwind gust. And so you'd be rowing, and then all of a sudden it was like you suddenly had to row through concrete or rowing through very thick honey.
yeah,
And then the gust would stop and you just had to go again. And it was a very, very tricky thing. I know that a number of the very good scullers were having issues, particularly with their forearms. And at one point on the Friday, when conditions were so bad that it was called off, even the open women's and men's fours were coming off the water going, well, we did it.
didn't sink.
Exactly right. So, but no, it was still a very good regatta. The conditions obviously lined up really well for the interstate regatta, for the schools regatta, the finals for those on the Saturday and the Sunday. So, and it's always nice to go out. There was a very large contingent over there from WA as well. So they absolutely enjoyed themselves. And it's important that we have these opportunities available to people that may not otherwise have the chance to go to a national regatta. We are underway though in race number 14, the men's B grade single sculls, first, second, third and fourth to go through to the finals. So we just saw there some really nice starts there. Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club, Carter Clifton from Glebe as well. Came off the start. So it'll be interesting to see as they're coming through the various points, just to see who's out in front. So 4 going through to the final, with the rest being eliminated from this event. So we've got another heat coming up for the men's B single sculls, and then we'll move back to the 1,000 metres. We've got the women's C grade coxless pairs. So looking forward to seeing some of those guys going down the course as well. And a number of people entering into multiple events. You mentioned before, Mark, about that point score competition with the triple points on offer. It's a real opportunity to just get in. And the racing today is actually quite well spread out. It's not like at New South Wales Championships where it was every 5 minutes or so and you had to really race through to get the racing finished before the sun went down.
Or in my area, some of the Masters competitions where you do your heats and you basically just come off, grab your bow number and out you go again. So yeah, I mean, I did a D quad this morning, and the final's not till about 1:30 this afternoon, 2 o'clock. So
yep.
So I'm here. So and
here to have a chin wag.
Yeah. The while we're waiting on this, it does look like Carter Clifton has the lead as they came through the first 500 metres there. But being a 2,000 metre race, it's pretty strategic, and it's all about rhythm and whether you can hang on.
And then perhaps Juan Grames, or is that...
It's our bucket hat man, I think, who was, Quan.
Sitting in second place at the moment. So you can see him there on the screen. And again, lovely flat water out there.
Oh no, it's just Liam Taylor in the bucket hat, isn't it?
Yeah, Liam Taylor from Penrith in the bucket hat. So Juan Grames from Leichhardt, probably sitting in second place through the first 500 metres. One thing that is worthwhile mentioning as well, Mark, for the people that are watching and the people that are out at the ground, we do have another couple of big regattas coming up here in New South Wales. So we've got the New South Wales Masters Championships. You were talking about Masters earlier, and then the Australian Masters Rowing Championships here at Sydney, which I'm very much looking forward to. 1st of June that they start there. So they are going to need a large number of volunteers. So if you are able to volunteer, make sure you get in contact with Rowing New South Wales, Alico Tully, and just jump onto the Rowing New South Wales website, rowingnsw.asn.au, and you'll be able to find details about how to volunteer for those big regattas. So it is really important to have as many people helping out as possible to make sure that the regatta runs smoothly. And even if you are rowing, in between, similar to what we're doing, in between racing, jumping in, giving a hand where you can, just so as that to help make the regattas run a little bit smoothly, because it takes an army. You think about the number of people that are down holding the boats down at the start line. You've got your boat race officials. On a good day, you would have the timing hut assistants, as we just see Carter Clifton and...
No, I don't think it is Carter. He's dropped back.
Okay,
so
Liam Taylor and Quan Grames.
And Quan.
Out in front at the moment. So Penrith and Leichhardt 1 and 2, and then it looks to be UTS just leading Black Mountain in 4th place there through that first part, and then Garvin Hayes, Carter Clifton a little bit behind them, and then Austin Benny from Canberra Rowing Club making up our field through the first 1,000 metres.
So if we had sufficient volunteers, we would be able to, it's really important, particularly as we all know who compete, to be able to at least get the timing splits, but we haven't sufficient to cover the timing huts. So it's a great job to do. You get really close to the racing. It's not too taxing. You just got to press the button at the right time.
Exactly right. No, it is a great way of being able to watch some fantastic rowing coming down the course. So into the second half now of this first heat of the men's B grade single sculls. The second heat is underway as well. Lane 1 from Newcastle Rowing Club, Remy Keats. Lane 2 from UTS, James Scott Brown, coached by Elliot Shackleth Bertonetti. Lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club, Angus Scott, coached by Alison Chin, Jeffrey Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 4 from UTS, Matisse Ferrier, coached by Elliot Shackleth Bertonetti. Lane 5 from Penrith Rowing Club, Bradley Moran, coached by Lindsay Callaghan. In lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Flynn Wilkinson, coached by Cameron Butler. Lane 7 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Michael Hugh, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalantar. And in lane 8 from Canberra Rowing Club, Alex Tomanovitz, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. And we're just seeing our scullers coming up towards the 500 metre mark. So our 2 leaders throughout have been Penrith Rowing Club's Liam Taylor and Quan Grames from Leichhardt Rowing Club, our 1 and 2. First, second, third and fourth to go through to the final a little bit later on today in this Men B single sculls. And it does look like we're going to have an interesting battle for those final positions. Over in lanes 8 and 7, so that's Matt Ricard from Black Mountain in lane 7 and Zachary Hyde from UTS in lane number 8. They're sitting probably just in those final couple of positions. Then we've got Garvin Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club and Carter Clifton from Glebe Rowing Club with a little bit of work to do if they're able to move up into those final qualification positions. But out in front, Liam Taylor and Quan Grames really looking quite comfortable there at the moment into the last 250 metres.
I've just had living legend Kim Mackney, former Olympian, in my ear telling me that he's a distant relative of Liam Taylor. So they have common great-grandmothers, I think he was saying. So good to see the bloodlines happening.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're just seeing, coming up towards the finish, and I think we are seeing our crew, our scullers on either side. This is going to be an interesting battle here, Mark, for that, for the third and fourth qualification positions. First four going through to the final. They're into the red boys now. It's still Liam Taylor from Penrith, Quan Grames from Leichhardt, and in front it is the Leichhardt sculler who has taken about a 3/4 of a boat length lead into the final stages as they're going through the glass now. We've got Matt Ricard from Black Mountain. He is being pushed hard by Carter Clifton from Glebe and Garvin Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club. UTS's Zachary Hyde just dropping off the pace a little bit now. So it's into the final stages. We've got 3 scullers, 2 positions. Who's going to go through and take it in? Quan Grames takes first. Liam Taylor comes through in second place. They're through to the final of the men's B single sculls. We've got Garvin Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club. He's pushed ahead. Here comes Glebe's Carter Clifton. Matthew Ricard also pushing hard. It looks like it's going to be a photo towards the finish. Matt Ricard pushes ahead, just ahead of Carter Clifton, and Garvin Hayes just in 5th place. There was absolutely nothing in that. So I've got down 3rd for Matthew Ricard, 4th to Carter Clifton from Glebe Rowing Club. They go through to the final. Garvin Hayes misses out by the merest of margins in 5th place, less than a second there. And then back a little bit further again to Zachary Hyde from UTS, just dropping off the pace a little bit towards the end there. And then we've got Austin Benny from Canberra Rowing Club, who will make up our fields. And Mark, that was an exciting last 250 metres.
Very exciting and great comeback from Carter, who was about 2 or 3 lengths behind. Of course, I was watching him being glebe. The time was 7:51.27, so relatively fast for a heat. Even though the two out front certainly looked fairly relaxed.
They were very comfortable there, just dropping off a little bit towards the end there. But certainly, I mean, through the first 1,000 metres, it was Matt Ricard and Zachary Hyde from Black Mountain and UTS respectively, who were looking comfortable in 3rd and 4th position, sort of battling it between them. But then Carter Clifton and Garvin Hayes absolutely put the foot to the floor, and it was very, very tight there. So we'll wait for the final confirmation of that first heat. Coming down the course now, though, and into the last 500 metres is that heat number 2. So again, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th to go through to the final of the men's B-grade singles sculls. And it does look like Remy Keats from Newcastle Rowing Club is just out in front. We've got Matisse Ferrier from UTS also looking quite good. In fact, probably our leader at the moment, ahead of Bradley Moran from Penrith Rowing Club, and then University of New South Wales, Flynn Wilkinson.
Oh. So fairly spread out field here. It does look like the battle's really again going to be on for 4th place if they hold the current position. So about 300 metres out at the moment. It does seem to be Bradley Moran out in front, followed by Flynn Wilkinson and no, I've called that wrong. It's actually Matisse Ferrier.
Yeah, Matisse Ferrier. Yeah. So we saw him out at Nationals over in Perth. So he did quite well over there from memory, as I just have a quick look at that one.
The 4th place is going to, so the qualifier between Alex Tomanovitz, closest to the grandstand, and over on the far side, Remy Keats, who's now pushing really hard, long and strong, getting great boat run there. So and I think Remy Keats is taking an edge over Alex on the side.
So Matisse Ferrier was 2nd in the club double sculls over at Nationals, along with Mitch Blackmore-Cram. So looking very comfortable out in front at the moment. He's leading Bradley Moran from Penrith Rowing Club, and then back to Newcastle's Remy Keats, and then the University of New South Wales, Flynn Wilkinson. So a win there for Matisse Ferrier from UTS. Coming through in 2nd in the pink bucket hat will be Bradley Moran from Penrith Rowing Club. So 2 seconds for Penrith in the heats for this event. 3rd place will go to Remy Keats from Newcastle Rowing Club, ahead of Flynn Wilkinson from the University of New South Wales. Coming through in 5th will be Alex Tomanovitz from Canberra Rowing Club, and then he'll finish ahead of Angus Scott from Canberra Rowing Club as well in 6th. And then the battle for 7th and 8th will be won by James Scott Brown from UTS, and he'll finish ahead of Leichhardt's Michael Hugh in 8th. So a winning time for that heat, so a lot quicker in that particular heat, 7 minutes 42.01. And we can confirm the results from the first heat. It was Juan Guiames from Leichhardt in 1st, 2nd and a half ahead of Liam Taylor from Penrith. Matt Ricard coming through in 3rd place on that one. So, and it was 0.15 of a second between 0.36 between 3rd and 4th, Carter Clifton from Glebe, and then Garvin Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club missing out by 0.62 of a second. So absolutely nothing in that. As we're heading now back to the 1,000 metres. So shortly we'll have the first heat of the women's C-grade coxless pairs. See them coming up towards the start line. In lane number 3 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Ciara Ortolani and Josephine Egan. They're coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalanta. In lane 4 from ANU, Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower, coached by Edwin Bean. Lane 5 from Nepean Rowing Club, Eddie Brown and Sienna Grady, coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 6 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Daniela Borgert and Jennifer Zonga, coached by Steve Sherry. And in lane 7 from UTS, Harley Gardner and Annabelle Fuller, and they're coached by Katie Healy.
Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower from ANU are actually D grade, so they're racing up a grade. Let's see how they go.
Yeah, look, they're quite competitive in the pair. They match up well together. So they've been training. Liz was a very good schoolgirl rower. She was in the Champion 8s with PLC from memory back in the, I'll say the late 2000s or so. I can't remember exactly when. Had a bit of a break from rowing and came back, had moved down to Canberra, came back to rowing last year. So her and Sarah trained together a fair amount, so they match up very, very well.
You're a veritable encyclopedia, Stuart.
It helps when they're your close friends. So they are underway in the first heat of the women's C grade coxless pairs. First, second, third and fourth through to the final, so the trick is don't come last. As we just see them going down the course, and that ANU pair is looking quite nice off the line at the moment. Probably the crew that's back a little bit at the moment is the Nepean crew of Edie Brown and Sienna Grady. So we'll keep an eye out on those. It's 1,000 metres for the D and the C grades here at the Trickett Regatta, and then A and B are over 2,000 metres. And then us paras, we get to pick what we want to do. 2,000, 1,000, 500, take your pick.
As they come down the course, Stuart, they do look to be all pretty close. So it could be anyone's guess as to who's going to be the crew that doesn't qualify, although it does look to be the Nepean crew of Edie Brown and Sienna Grady out in the middle there in lane 5.
So talking earlier, sorry Mark, about people doing a lot of races. Sarah Connor is in every single boat class. She's in an 8, a 4, a quad, a double, a pair and a single. Thankfully most of them are over 1k though, so does make a world of difference when you're only rowing over 1 kilometre. Just that little bit less you have to do, but they are out in front at the moment, that ANU pair. They're sitting ahead of the UTS pair, Holly Gardner and Annabelle Fuller, over in lane number 7. And then we've got Ciara Ortolani and Josephine Egan from Leichhardt, battling it out with Daniela Borgert and Jennifer Zonga, also from Leichhardt, and then Edie Brown and Sienna Grady from Nepean, making up our fields, but certainly not dropping right off the back at the moment. So it's the battle of the two university clubs, really. It's the universities versus the clubs. It's ANU and UTS out in front at the moment in this first heat of the women's C-grade coxless pairs, and then we've got the second heat coming up behind them as well. So some been good racing to be had coming down. And then we'll move on to the men's C-grade single sculls, and certainly a number of ANU people, as well as a few from the ACT. It's a great little away trip for everyone. We've got a big contingent from Canberra Rowing Club. It's a nice little contingent from Black Mountain, and ANU have brought up a few people as well. So
yeah, great to see them travelling to the regatta.
You can see the ANU students down by the 250 metre mark, absolutely, and you can hear them too. They are loud as you're coming down the course. It is Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower out in front at the moment, really looking quite comfortable there, leading Holly Gardner and Annabelle Fuller from UTS in second place. And then Ciara Ortolani and Josephine Egan also making a little bit of a push through the red boys as well. Leichhardt's Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga sitting in 4th place, and then Nepean's Edie Brown and Sienna Grady making up our fields. Into the final few strokes though, Liz Blower in the stroke seat, Sarah Connor in the bow seat. They'll go through and take a very comfortable win in the first heat of the women's C-grade coxless pairs. Coming through in second will be the UTS crew of Holly Gardner and Annabelle Fuller, with third going to Ciara Ortolani and Josephine Egan. Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga in 4th place in the final qualification position, with Nepean's Edie Brown and Sienna Grady coming through in 5th.
And the second heat of the women's C-grade coxless pair is underway in race 17. Over on the far side in lane 3 from the University of New South Wales, we have Charlotte Stanwicks and Anna Ristic. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison. In lane 5 from Lake Macquarie, Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. In lane 6 from Glebe, Heidi Lindahl and Belinda Rowe. And in lane 7 from Canberra, Nicola Greenland and Megan Chen.
So Kirsten Berry from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, I know a couple of years ago, and I'm assuming she still does it. The motivation for doing ergs up there, cupcakes. Cupcakes at the end of the ergs, and that's your motivation to get through your erg workout.
Seems a bit of a paradox to me, not very healthy.
Well, I would imagine it, you have the stick coming off your head and you've just got the cupcake up ahead of you and you've got to try and...
Oh, I see. They sit it on the, balance it on top of the erg, do they?
Oh, yeah, something like that.
Oh, okay.
That'd be the way to do it. You just got to keep pushing and then you can have a couple of bites out of the cupcakes. As we just see them coming down now, it is that Lake Macquarie crew. So the cupcakes are working. They're out in front through the 500-metre mark of this second heat of the women's C-grade coxless pairs. Also out towards the front, Nikki Greenland and Megan Chen from Canberra Rowing Club, coached by Alex Hodges. So Megan is a coach at Canberra Girls Grammar, originally from Brisbane, and Nikki from Canberra, rode for Radford College, has rode for the ACT a number of times, predominantly a sculler though, so may not be getting into the pair. A little bit of a different thing for her, but still a very talented rower. Former Australian under-21 representative from 2021 from memory.
So in this heat again, first 4 through to the final. It does look to be the Leichhardt crew that's not going to qualify. Some interesting steering issues there just with the Lake Macquarie crew. But they've been overtaken now by Nicola Greenland and Megan Chen from Canberra, closest to the grandstand.
Yeah, they've just got into a nice little bit of a rhythm there and taking advantage of the little lapse in steering there from the Lake Macquarie pair. So Canberra Rowing Club sitting out in front ahead of Lake Macquarie. University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks and Anna Ristich sitting in 3rd place, with 4th Heidi Lindahl and Belinda Rowe from Glebe, and then Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchinson from Leichhardt. Just making up our field and just outside of those final qualification positions.
So the race is on with the Leichhardt crew pushing hard, and the University of New South Wales crew took the challenge and they've actually pulled away from them. So whereas the other crews know they're through, so they're pretty much just cruising over across the finish line.
Yeah, so that Canberra Rowing Club crew of Nikki Greenland and Megan Chen, they're out in front, with Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie not too far behind them. I think both those crews will take a lot out of this heat in the pairs, so it will be a win for Canberra Rowing Club. Nikki Greenland, Megan Chen. 2nd place will go through to Lake Macquarie's Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. 3rd will go to Glebe's Heidi Lindahl and Belinda Rowe, with 4th going through to Charlotte Stanwicks and Anna Ristich from University of New South Wales. And they're missing out on the final qualification position will be Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchinson from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Winning time there of 4 minutes 8.48, and that compares with 4 minutes 4.36 for the winning ANU crew in the first heat.
So coming up to the start line now is the first heat of the men's C-grade single scull. Again, it's first 4 through to the final. It's a final. It's a full house, as is the second heat. So 9 lanes, So there'll be a real battle out there. Looking at some of the names on this list, quite a few Masters rowers mixed in with various university rowers. It always makes it quite interesting. Over in lane 1 from Canberra, we have Jaden Peters. In lane 2 from Lake Macquarie, Jeremy Smith. In lane 3 from Black Mountain, Henry Bridgewater. In lane 4 from ANU, Samuel Imperial. In lane 5 from Glebe, Brad Smith. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, Dylan Lee. Lane 7 from Newcastle, John Olsen. Lane 8 from ANU, Jonathan Adams. And in lane 9 from St George, Lachlan Dunn.
So as you say, Mark, a real mixture of scullers here. So Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie has been coaching Lisa Greisel, who's recently been selected in the Australia Paralympic team. So he's been coaching her up at Lake Macquarie. So obviously doing a fantastic job up there. We've got Jaden Peters from Canberra Rowing Club. His father, Kent Peters, is the president of Rowing ACT. So he's actually born in New Zealand and then grew up a little bit in Perth when work took them over to Perth and then over to Canberra when Kent started working for Canberra Grammar School. Jonathan Adams was a former ACT gymnast as well. So he got into a boat and absolutely, he's only been rowing for a couple of years, but he can absolutely make that boat fly. So it's really going to be interested to see how this all turns out. So 9 people first fall through to the final, with the rest being eliminated from this event. So,
and from this distance, as they're coming up to the 500 metre mark, it does look fairly even across the field. So it's going to be a very interesting finish here. They're all going to have to work it to try and get qualified through to the final.
And I think we're going to see some very fast times here. I'm fully expecting under 4 minutes for our winners. Certainly the conditions are quite nice.
Yeah, I would expect we could even see sort of 340s.
Yep,
somewhere.
Absolutely. So
C grade, it's the probably the most competitive, I think, in terms of grade competition, because you've actually got to have done very well in D to move up into C, and then you've got to keep winning to stay there.
As we're just looking here, and I'm not sure I'd be able to call a lot of that. It did look to be Lachlan Dunn from St George Rowing Club, Samuel Imperial from ANU also in there as well. But certainly very tricky to call as they pass through the 1,000 metres. So
I think it was Brad Smith and Jeremy Smith that both seem to be the next ones, but all very close.
Yeah, so we've got Jaden Peters from Canberra Rowing Club over on the far side of the course. Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie also sitting quite nicely. And if we go a couple over to Samuel Imperial from ANU, another one originally from WA, was a coxswain for a number of years before jumping in and grabbing the oars himself. So again, somebody that can move a boat. He's a little bit behind though. Brad Smith from Glebe Rowing Club moving up quite nicely, as is Dylan Lee from Leichhardt, and then closest to us, Lachlan Dunn from St George and Jonathan Adams from ANU. Mark, we're in for a fantastic finish here. We've got 4 places through to the final, and I can count about 6 boats that are legitimately in with a chance coming into the last 250 metres, and they are completely spread out across the course. Jaden Peters, Canberra Rowing Club, lane 1, furthest from the grandstand. Next to him, Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie, Lachlan Dunn from St George, closest to the grandstand. Jonathan Adams, ANU, also pushing hard, as is Brad Smith from Glebe Rowing Club. We need the cheers from the crowd. They're coming up towards the finish line now. We're into the last 100 metres or so. Jaden Peters from Canberra Rowing Club over in lane 1. He's just ahead of Glebe's Brad Smith. Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie, Lachlan Dunn from St George Rowing Club. They're our first 4 coming in. Everyone else about a boat length behind them. Who's going to be first, second, third and fourth as they come into the final stretches? Jaden Peters is still out in front, but he's pushed hard. Brad Smith from Glebe, but here comes the St George sculler. It's a photo, but I think it's just St George, Glebe, Canberra, Lake Macquarie. That's our 1, 2, 3 and 4. There was nothing in that. Jonathan Adams, Samuel Imperial and Dylan Lee coming in behind them, and then back a little bit further, Henry Bridgewater from Black Mountain and John Olsen from Newcastle Rowing Club. There was absolutely nothing between our first 4 scullers. We will wait. It's got a whole bunch of photos in there, and I do not doubt that, because it was about 2 seconds between first and fourth, as we just see the replay here. And oh my word, that was close. Coming through the finish, it did look like the St George Sculler may have just had it. Lachlan Dunn, Brad Smith, Jaden Peters and Jeremy Smith are our 4 qualifiers. The order is, well, you could throw a blanket over the 4 of them.
I would say Lachlan Dunn just managed to pull across the line just a smidgen ahead. Yes.
So they've got Lachlan Dunn, Brad Smith in second, third going to Jaden Peters from Canberra Rowing Club, and fourth Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie. And then just to reiterate how close that race was, 2 seconds between first and fourth. Only 2 seconds back to Jonathan Adams from ANU, less than a second back to Samuel Imperial, less than a second back to Dylan Lee from Leichhardt. If we get a closer race than that, it's going to be an absolute cracker. 9 scullers, not much between them. What a fantastic first heat that was in the men's C single scull.
The second heat coming up could be just the same. So that the winning time in that race was 3:51.83.
So 0.19 of a second between first and second, 0.32 between second and third, and 1.39 into fourth. Can't wait for the final.
And lining up now, or coming up to the start line, is the second heat of the men's single grade single scull, race 19. And again, first 4 through, and it's a full house again, all 9 lanes. Over on the far side from ANU, we have Caleb Lloyd. In lane 2 from Black Mountain, Jeff Howell. In lane 3 from ANU, Max Reardon. In lane 4 from Black Mountain, Ian Mongan. In lane 5 from UTS, Benjamin Geist. In lane 6 from Canberra, Harrison Braithwaite. In lane 7 from Glebe, Andy Wiggin. In lane 8 from Leichhardt, Richard Medway. And in lane 9 from Mossman, Alexander Deutsch. And it does look like this one is going to be all about the Canberra crowd racing against the locals.
Well, interestingly enough, Benjamin Geist from UTS had actually moved down to Canberra and rode for ANU at the last Trickett Regatta back in 2021 when it was on the Nepean River. So, and then moving back up to Sydney, so originally a Sydney boy, so he's back up there. Ian Mongan from Black Mountain, he certainly rode a few King's Cups for the ACT back in the early 2000s, so, and we'll certainly see him up again for the, I dare say for New South Wales champs, but certainly for the Australian Masters Rowing Championships as well. So at age 45, I think, still a very, very quick sculler, and he'll be hard to beat actually in this race. Max Reardon from ANU, he is part of the Reardon family from down in Tasmania, so he's rowing in his sister Lily's boat. She was the first one to come up to Canberra, and then she was followed by Anika Reardon, who is now in the Australian rowing team as part of the lightweight double, women's lightweight double. So she's out at the Women's National Training Centre, the Paddling Panthers out there on the Nepean.
And then we have Andy Wiggin from Glebe, who's been selected for the interstate squad for the Masters quad. And Richard Medway is a very strong rower, so it's going to be another great race here.
How good is this?
And perfect conditions out there at the moment.
Yeah, just a little bit of a breeze starting to come up.
Just slight gusts by looking at the ripples on the water.
But not much actually from our 3 flags in front of the grandstand. So it's, again, really is absolutely wonderful conditions out there at the moment for the 2023 Edward Trickett Regatta, hosted by Rowing New South Wales. just waiting at the start here for the second heat of the men's C-grade single sculls. We can see the absolute concentration on our scullers' faces.
So the starter nearly had a line, and there'd been a bit of drift from one of the rowers on the side, and it does look like another one, Richard Medway, had decided he was probably drifting across the lane, and so has repositioned himself, which slows everything down a bit, but it does look like we nearly have a line there.
So just a little bit of wind pushing across the course at the moment. But certainly in for another exciting race here. Following this, we do have the women's D-grade double sculls. So again, looking forward to those ones. And they are underway now. So racing in heat number 2 of the men's C-grade single sculls. First, second, third and fourth to go through to the final, with the rest eliminated from this event. Lane 1, ANU's Caleb Lloyd. Lane 2, Black Mountains, Jeff Howell. Lane 3, ANU's Max Reardon. Lane 4, Black Mountains, Ian Mongan. So ANU, Black Mountain, ANU, Black Mountain. Breaking it up, UTS, Benjamin Geist. Then lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, Harrison Brathwaite. Lane 7 from Glebe Rowing Club, Andy Wigan. Lane 8 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Richard Medway. And in lane 9 from Mossman Rowing Club, Alexander Deutsch.
And from what we can see, they're only about 30 strokes out, but there's no one taking a clear lead at this stage.
Yeah, it's always, particularly with these 9-lane races, it is very difficult to be able to see exactly who's out in front and who's not. But certainly expecting big things from Ian Mongan in lane number 4 from the Black Mountain Rowing Club down in Canberra. And he's been matched there by Max Reardon, and I guess you couldn't get many more different between the two of them. Ian Mongan is about 6'4", 6'5", very big bloke, and Max Reardon is a lightweight and built like one, so he's about 5'8" or so, a little bit taller than I am. But
it does look like we're missing Benjamin Geist, and
he might be a scratching.
lane 5.
I know he's scratched from one of the doubles tomorrow, so. But yeah, it does look like that we are missing Ben Geist at the moment. But certainly not a lot to split our scullers as they're coming up towards the 500 metre mark here. And Ian Mongan out in front, you can just see him there. Very, very comfortable, very low rating, just making sure that he stays in front of everyone else. Alexander Deutsch from Mossman Rowing Club sitting ahead of Andy Wigan from Glebe Rowing Club, and then Black Mountain, Ian Mongan, and then back a little bit further to Max Reardon sitting, looks like he's in that final qualification position, but we will keep an eye on it as they come up towards the Red Boys, marking 250 metres to go.
Yeah, a little more spread in this race than in the previous one, so it should be fairly clear who gets through, but the battle will be for that golden 4th position.
Absolutely. So we've got Alexander Deutsch from Mossman Rowing Club sitting out in the lead ahead of Glebe's Andy Wigan, Black Mountain's Ian Mongan, and then certainly we've got Richard Medway from Leichhardt, Harrison Brathwaite from Canberra Rowing Club, Max Reardon from ANU, and then back a little bit further, Jeff Howell from Black Mountain and Caleb Lloyd from ANU, making up our field, but not a million miles off the pace at the moment.
I think the battle for the qualifier is going to be between Richard Medway and Max Reardon across the far side. But it does look like Richard Medway has just poured on the put the boosters on. He didn't get a very clear start. He was still trying to align himself as the starter blew his hooter, but there's some big competition over the far side from Max Reardon from ANU. He doesn't want to let Richard Medway get that prized 4th spot.
So a good battle to be had there. Out in front, we have Alexander Deutsch from Mossman Rowing Club and Ian Mongan from Black Mountain Rowing Club. our two leading scullers coming into the finish. We've got a big finish coming up here from Andy Wiggin from Glebe, and then it's between Max Reardon and Richard Medway into the final spot. It's a win there for Alexander Deutsch. Second place will go to Ian Mongan. Third place will go to Andy Wiggin, with fourth to Richard Medway, finishing a boat length ahead of Max Reardon from ANU in fifth place. And then coming through in the battle for six, it will be lane number 6, Harrison Brathwaite, looking out towards his right to make sure that he got ahead of Jeff Howe from Black Mountain in 7th, and then Caleb Lloyd from ANU making up our field there. Winning time of 3 minutes 51.83, and that compares to 3 minutes 51. Winning time 3 minutes 51.33. The previous heat 3 minutes 51.83. But I do feel as though Ian Mongan may have just taken a little bit easy for a large part of that. So keep an eye out on him for the final.
Well, it did look like it, and I don't think I think Andy Wiggin knew he was comfortably in too, so was not pushing too hard at finish there.
A confirmation of the results. Win there for Alexander Deutsch from Mossman Rowing Club. Second to Ian Mongan. Third to Andy Wiggin from Glebe. And fourth, final qualifying position to Richard Medway from Leichhardt.
And on the start line now, we have the first of 3 heats for the women's D grade double sculls. So it'll be first 3 through to the final. So over in the far lane, again, we have a full house for this first heat from University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh and Samantha Backler. In lane 2 from ANU, Erin Chadban and Cindy Wang. In lane 3 from University of New South Wales, Elizabeth Rathbun and Caitlin Malquini. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Ruby Harrison and Maliha Zulfikwa have scratched. In lane 5 from Shoalhaven, Robin Wakefield and Linda Eddington. In lane 6 from St George, Charlotte Olivier and Ava Markran. In lane 7 from Drummoyne, Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox. In lane 8 from Nepean, Palmina Grady and Sophia Whitelaw. And in lane 9 from the community, so these are our para-rowers competing in the D able-bodied, Lauren Webber and Bronte Marshall, our silver and gold medalists from the previous para race.
Yeah, so we saw Bronte in the 1,000 metre para race, and Lauren was over 2K. So I think, yeah, Lauren won the 2K women's para single scull, with Bronte coming second in the 1,000 behind Julia Story. So they're coming up now towards the 500 metre mark. So halfway through this particular event, it does look to be the Drummoyne combination of Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox that are out in front. And then they've got Charlotte Oliver and Ava Macron from St George Rowing Club, Palmina Grady and Sophia Whitelaw from Nepean Rowing Club. Probably our 3 leaders at the moment. They are being pushed by Shoalhaven's Robin Wakefield and Linda Eddington, and then back a little bit further to the University of New South Wales, Elizabeth Raffin, Caitlin Malquini, Erin Chadban and Cindy Wang from ANU, and Annabelle Smith and Samantha Backler from University of New South Wales, and then our community crew in lane number 9. So only first, second, third going through to the final. So we've got 3 heats of the women's D grade double sculls. So that crew actually, Annabelle Singh and Samantha Backler over in lane number 1, looking quite good. So it can be difficult to see with these ones, but they do look to be the crew out in front. Elizabeth Raffin and Caitlin Malquini from the University of New South Wales also pushing hard through that middle 500 metres or so, and then back again to Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Probably our 1, 2, 3, but not a lot between third for Drummoyne and fourth for St George. Charlotte Oliver and Ava Macron coming up towards the last 250 metres.
It's going to be a big race to see who the third place is for the qualifier in this. They're all working really hard as they're coming up into the last 250 metres. So over on the far side, Annabelle Singh and Samantha Backler have really put the power on, and they're pulling ahead. Then closer on this side, Jodie Panagopoulos and Sophia Whitelaw seem to have been overtaken by the University of New South Wales crew of Elizabeth Raffin and Caitlin Mulquini.
So it'll be an interesting finish coming up here. Out in front, Annabelle Singh and Samantha Backler from the University of New South Wales. They are leading. Also from University of New South Wales, Elizabeth Raffin and Caitlin Mulquinny. And then sitting in third in the final qualification position, the Drummoyne crew of Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox. The winner, though, with a nice, comfortable win, Annabelle Singh and Samantha Backler. They'll finish ahead of Elizabeth Rathman and Caitlin Mulquinny. Drummoyne put under pressure towards the end, but they're going to hold on. They'll take third in the final qualification position, just ahead of Nepean Rowing Club's Palmina Grady and Sophia Whitelaw, and then Charlotte Olivia and Ava Macron from St George Rowing Club. Shoalhaven's Robin Wakefield and Linda Eddington will come through behind them, and then they'll finish ahead. We've got the community crew here in lane number 9, who will finish just ahead of the ANU double. So that will be community Lauren Webber and Bronte Marshall, finishing ahead of Erin Chadman and Cindy Wang from ANU. Winning time there over the 1K of 4 minutes 8 seconds, 0.70. So a nice little win there. 1 and 2 for the University of New South Wales.
And coming down the course is race 21, the second heat of the women's D grade double. Over in lane 1 from Drummoyne, Bianca Riley and Ashley Lister. In lane 2 from Shoalhaven, Rebecca Cook and Georgina Owens. In lane 3 from Nepean, Emily Boys and Vitty Young. In lane 4 from the University of New South Wales, Adelaide Webster and Annabelle Hayworth. In lane 5 from Glebe, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland. In lane 6 from ANU, Talia McLaurin and Holly Kilmartin. In lane 7 from University of New South Wales, Lily St Ogles and Ashley Potter. And in lane 8 from St George, Leilani Turpin and Tessa Jones.
So again, not a lot to pick between our leading crews, but it does look to be the lane number 1 again, Bianca Riley and Ashley Lister from Drummoyne Rowing Club out in front, but being pushed hard there by lane number 3, Emily Boys and Vitty Young from Nepean Rowing Club. Next to them, Adelaide Webster, Annabelle Hayworth from the University of New South Wales, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland from Glebe Rowing Club, and a little bit of a push here as well coming from ANU's Talia McLaurin and Holly Kilmartin. So through the first 500 metre, I mean, this is a great thing about some of these grade racing, isn't it? We've got such an even spread of talent, and really in this battle for the qualification positions, there's not a lot to pick between them. Certainly Drummoyne over in lane number 1. Bianca Riley, Ashley Lister, coached by Sarah Ellis, and she'll be very happy with how they're going at the moment. Nepean's Emily Boys and Vitty Young looking like they're just moving out into second place, coached by Daniel Waddell. So certainly some home turf here for them. And then we've got the ANU and Glebe double. So Mark, we'll have to cheer our own horses home on this one.
I think so, yeah.
So we've got Glebe Rowing Club, Stella Moore, Patricia Boland, and then Talia McLaurin and Holly Kilmartin from ANU battling it out for the final qualification position. And I think they're both actually making a bit of a move on the Nepean double as well.
I think they have. I think they've both overtaken the Nepean double.
So again, we've got 3 spaces in the final. We've got 4 crews that are looking to get through. Drummoyne are out in front, looking comfortable. Bianca Riley and Ashley Lister. But who's going to go through out of Nepean, Glebe and the Australian National University? Into the red boys now. We're into the last 150 metres or so. Drummoyne are still out in front. There's nothing to pick between Glebe, Nepean and ANU. 2 of them go through to the final. 1 will miss out, and I dare say it won't be by a lot. Drummoyne are still leading, though, into the final stages. As we can hear the cheers coming out from the crowd, they are absolutely bellowing to get their crews home. Drummoyne are out in front. Glebe have moved into second. ANU and Nepean, who's got the legs? We're into the final stages now. It'll be a win for Drummoyne. Second place, well, there's nothing to pick here. We've got Glebe sitting in second place. They've rode through nicely. A big push coming here from ANU, and they'll qualify in third. So second going to Glebe, third going to ANU, fourth to Nepean. What a great finish that was there. Coming through in 5th place will be the University of New South Wales, ahead of the second University of New South Wales crew in 6th place, and then back again to Shoalhaven in 7th, and then St George Rowing Club in 8th. So a strong finish there, Mark.
It was, and I was watching the glebe crew with some bias, of course, and it did look like at about 250 metres out, one of them had a bit of a mishap, and they fell behind, and then they really made it up. So some great rowing there. Coached by, again, another living legend, Milan Parker, who's well into his 80s, but still out there every morning coaching his girls. Fantastic stuff.
As we just see the St George crew, Leilana Turpin and Tessa Jones crossing the line in the second heat of the women's D-grade double sculls. We are underway in the third heat. Again, first, second and third going through to the final. Lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, Delia Bazinga and Anne Raimondo, coached by Alex Hodges. Lane 2 from the University of New South Wales, Georgina Browning and Catherine Vagoshki, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 3 from Glebe Rowing Club, Elizabeth Dorian and Julia Vishkoviska. In lane 4 from St George, Beth Jacobs and Lily Featherston, coached by Mark Featherston. Lane 5 from Newcastle Rowing Club, Charlotte Holford and Asher Olsen, coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders. Lane 6 from Shoalhaven, Simone Jones and Mary Ambrose, coached by David Eddington. And lane 7 from Drummoyne, Lily Smith and Freya Warner Van Dyke, coached by Sarah Ellis, and a scratching from UTS in lane number 8.
I think the final for the women's D-grade double scull is going to be a very exciting race.
We're going to have some great finals
Yeah.
later on today. It's I'm very much excited to be watching some of these ones, particularly later on in the piece. Because you're absolutely right, Mark. These are going to be fantastic to watch. So this is the final heat, and then we've got the 1,000-metre para double sculls coming up after this, and then we'll have a little bit of a break before we get into that big boat energy. Some men's C-grade 8s at 12:17. So again,
Exciting stuff.
some great stuff to look forward to coming up. Drummoyne, again, out in the lead. They won the last heats, and now Lily Smith and Freya Warner Van Dyke sitting in first place as they're coming through the 500 metres. And then across to Glebe Rowing Club, Elizabeth Dorian and Julia Vishkovitskia sitting in second. And then a couple of lanes across from them, we've got Newcastle, Charlotte Holford and Asher Olsen doing quite well as well. So they're probably our 1, 2, 3, but we've still got a fair amount of racing to go over in lane 1. Delia Bazinga and Anne Raimondo sitting in fourth place and certainly not out of the running, with a big push to go through to the final of this women's D double sculls.
It does look like we have a fairly, as they're about 400 metres out, I'd say, or 300 metres out, coming into the 250, final 250. As I get my distances sorted, it does look to be Lily Smith and Freya Warner Van Dyke in the lead. They're battling it out with Charlotte Holford and Asher Olsen from Newcastle, Julia Vishkovskaya and Elizabeth Dorian looking fairly comfortable, just holding off the Canberra crew over the far side of Delia Bazinga and Anne Raimondo. So it's the first 3 through. It's really the Canberra crew, whether they can manage to make up the difference. They've probably got a boat length to catch the Glebe crew. But a very clear win here by Lily Smith and Freya Warner Van Dyke from Drummoyne, looking very comfortable. They know they don't have to work too hard. Getting very exciting now over the far side. The Newcastle crew of Charlotte Holford and Asher Olsen battling it out there with the Glebe crew, but they've got probably nearly a boat length over the Canberra crew over the far side. So the first place will be to Drummoyne, Lily Smith. Second place to Newcastle. Third, so these are the qualifiers for the final. The Glebe crew of Elizabeth Dorian and Delia Bazinga and Anne Raimondo from Canberra just missed out. Followed by Beth Jacobs and Lily Featherston from St George, and very close finish here, but Simone Jones and Mary Ambrose from Shoalhaven, followed across by Georgina Browning and Catherine Vagotsky from University of New South Wales. The time there faster than the last one, I think. Oh no, but no, 4:04.36.
So some pretty even times. We're looking at about that 4-minute mark for the women's D grade double sculls. So 4 minutes and 8, and then 4:04 and about a 4:05 or so. So not a lot to pick between our winners. And again, we've got some exciting racing coming up a little bit later on today. So that we race number 40 will be the final of the women's D grade double scull. Don't forget to head to the regatta page, regattas.rowingnsw.asn.au. You can head on down, check out the live results and also the lane draws for the finals coming up a little bit later on today. The para double scull, so this is the 1,000 metre para double scull. We've got one crew in. It's from Community Rowing Club, Paul Grayson and Fiona Jackson, and they're coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. So they are coming down the course now. So these guys will be our 2023 Trickett gold medalists. And then we do have a little bit of a break in the program until just after 12:15, where we've got that big boat energy. We've got the men's C grade 8 coming down, and then the first of the finals from the heats. So the women's C grade quad sculls, the men's D singles, men's A grade doubles, the men's B grade doubles, and the women's B grade coxless pairs. So some great racing coming up for you from about 12:17, the scheduled start time for the men's C grade 8. So racing delayed a little bit this morning due to the fog. Conditions still absolutely stunning out here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Don't forget, there, as mentioned previously, there are a number of major regattas coming up here in Sydney. So they do have the New South Wales Masters Championships and also the Australian Masters Rowing Championships coming up here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and they do require a large number of volunteers for the regatta. So if you are able to help out, make sure you contact Alico Tully from Rowing New South Wales. You can head to the Rowing New South Wales website at rowingnsw.asn.au and follow the details to volunteer for those ones. Please remember as well to return your alphanumeric bow numbers to the finish tower at the conclusion of your race so as that they can be recycled and used again for the other crews. Coming up towards the finish line now to complete our first set of races for today, and the 2023 champions in the 1,000 metre para double scull, it will be Paul Grayson and Fiona Jackson from Community Rowing Club. So congratulations to Paul and Fiona. So we'll have a medal presentation for them before we have a little bit of a break. So just while we have a little break in the program, just a reminder that at the end of the finals, the place getters do need to head to the pontoon in front of the grandstand for medal presentations. So if you do come first, second or third in your final, head to the pontoon at the front of the grandstand at the end of your race for the medal presentations. Also too, don't forget to return your bow numbers to the finish tower at the end of your race.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to restart racing. It's going to be a very exciting race, race 24, the men's C grade 8. They're just pulling up to the start line, perhaps a few minutes early, but we'll run through the participants. In lane 3 from Canberra, we have Nicholas Scopel, Thomas Wynne, Garvin Hayes, Harrison Braithwaite, Tom Trobe, Eamon Burke, Jaden Peters, Nicholas Latimer, and they're coxed by Nicole Hay. In lane 4 from Drummoyne, Mackenzie Shepherd, David Douse, Nathaniel Lawson, Jack Park, Alistair Simmons, Carl Hooks, Matthew Rimbo, Lucian John, and they're coxed by Gabby Angus. In lane 5 from Glebe, Callum Steele, Robert Fullerton III, William Henry, Nicholas Galea, Andy Wigan, Balaz Hansel, Henry Leaf, Ben Nagapa, and they're coxed by Soraya Mackay-Colin. In lane 6 from UTS, Zinc Bosco, Ben Fairbrother, Matthew Robertson, Tal Lewis, Ryan Gibson, Zachary Hyde, James Scott Brown, Chris Thompson, and they're coxed by Ryder Taylor. And in lane 7 from the University of New South Wales, William Moyes, Warwick Fisher, John Briggs, Nicholas Lazaru, George Lazaru, Michael Pickford, Andrew McEnroe, and James Halliday, and they're coxed by Angela Zing. I think we're going to see a pretty exciting race here. They're just on the start line. Looks like the starter's nearly got a good line, so we're probably a minute or two early, but the boats are there, they're ready to go, so perfect conditions out here. It's absolute glass out on the water at the moment.
Looking absolutely stunning out there. So Canberra, Drummoyne, Glebe, UTS and the University of New South Wales. We just see them getting ready for the start. You can see there everyone tense at the ready.
And again, a mixed bag of clubs, universities. I did notice as I was reading out those names that John Briggs in 3-seat in the University of New South Wales. I think he might be older than me. So jumping in there, mixing it up.
Mid-40s, yeah?
Still 36.
They are underway in the final, the one and done of the men's C grade 8s. Speaking of people in the Canberra Rowing Club 8s, you do have Tom Trobe, who's the captain of boats there, and then Nikki Hay, who's the vice captain, who's the coxswain in that boat. So a couple of big leaders in that Canberra Rowing Club boat over there in lane number 3. And it does look to be Drummoyne leading Canberra Rowing Club and then Glebe sitting in 3rd place through the very early stages. So some big pushes coming there from some of the boats over on the far side of the course away from the grandstands.
And we also have the Glebe captain, Nicholas Galea, and 4-seat of the Glebe crew.
So quite a few high office holders.
Yes, yeah, it's
getting around in this one. And I think here, Mark, just having a look, so you can see here the footage from the Bro boat that's following down a little bit behind them. And certainly UTS and Glebe having a lovely little battle going on there. We do have UTS now looking like they might have just pulled in front of Glebe and then back to Drummoyne. Canberra Rowing Club sitting in 4th place and then back a little bit further to the University of New South Wales as they're coming up now through the first 500 metres. There's not a lot to pick between our leading crews though. There's certainly Canberra Rowing Club just dropping off the pace a little bit. They will need to put a little bit of a push in, but a cheeky bronze is not out of the question. Out in front though, the UTS crew are leading. They are being pushed by Glebe Rowing Club in lane number 5. 3rd place, Drummoyne, Canberra, and then the University of New South Wales just dropping off the pace a little bit. As we see them now coming up towards the, so they're through the 250, coming up towards 250 metres to go, and still UTS out in front. Glebe still sitting in 2nd, Drummoyne in 3rd, Canberra Rowing Club in 4th place, a boat length back to the University of New South Wales. As we see there, UTS sitting about 3/4 of a boat length ahead, and there's a big push coming here from Canberra Rowing Club over in lane number 3. Are they able to go through and take medal in this, the C grade men's 8. UTS are out in front. Glebe is still sitting in second, with Drummoyne being pushed hard here by Canberra Rowing Club. We're into the last 200 metres or so, and there's not a lot to pick between second, third and fourth. UTS are out in front, absolutely blitzing it through the fantastic conditions here. Glebe is sitting in second. Drummoyne and Canberra Rowing Club. Who's going to go through for the bronze? Canberra giving a big push. So are Drummoyne. Out in front though, UTS will come through. They'll take the win by a boat length. Second place will go to Glebe Rowing Club as they just come across the line now. And then pulling ahead towards the end were Drummoyne Rowing Club for third, with fourth going to Canberra Rowing Club and fifth to the University of New South Wales. So a win there for UTS in a time of 3 minutes 6.10, 4.89 seconds between first and second, 2.76 between second and third, and then 1.83 back to fourth. So a good row there from what's a very strong UTS crew.
Yeah, well, they probably have youth on their side, which always helps. That was a straight final as well, so we probably expect to see those come in and pick up their medals, and Glebe will be very proud of their silver medal.
Absolutely. So cruise to head to the medal-winning cruise, to head to the finish heading down to the medal pontoon in front of the grandstand. So a reminder, if you do finish in the top places, that you do head down to the pontoon in front of the grandstand for the medal presentations. We're just waiting now on the start of the women's C-grade quad scull final. Lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, Caitlin Morgan, Jordan Turner, Anne Ramundo and Gabby Pidcock. Lane 2 from the University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwyck, Samantha Backler, Anna Ristich, Isabella Niven. Lane 3 from UTS, Avery Bramble, Julia Ungamak, Grace Burke, Paige Critchlow. Lane 4 from Canberra Rowing Club, Sasha McDonough, Tia Kneep, Nicola Greenland and Megan Chen. In lane 5 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Jennifer Zonga, Daniela Borget, Taryn Innes, Judith Ois. Lane 6 from Glebe Rowing Club, Heidi Lindahl, Belindy Rowe, Josephine Duncan-Nagy and Jacqueline Harris. Lane 7 from Nepean Rowing Club, Emily Boys, Vitti Young, Edie Brown, Sienna Grady. And then in lane 8 from ANU, Holly Kilmartin, Jessica Finnegan, Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower.
And I think this is going to be a very exciting race as well. There's a lot of talent in some of those boats.
Yeah, we mentioned before about Nikki Greenland, who was the Nell Slatter Trophy representative for the ACT in the interstate. So in the single, and then backed it up into the Queen's Cup as well. So certainly a very, very talented sculler. So that crew will be very hard to beat. But it is the final. Anything can happen.
It is the final.
As we just see our crews heading up towards the start.
So just with your advice to always go to the, if you've to come up to the pontoon in the finals to collect your medals, and I think it was small boats. In my single out there, quite a funny story. It's never happened before, but I thought I had come third. Thought I was going to get a bronze medal. Pulled up to the pontoon, standing there, shaking hands with all the others, and then the names were called out, and my name wasn't called, and I had to very quickly jump in my boat and row away.
Oh no, it's the nightmare. We see our quads, the women's C-grade quad sculls getting ready for the start. Canberra, University of New South Wales, UTS, Canberra, Leichhardt, Glebe, Nepean and ANU. And they are underway now, so it's the start and racing of the women's C-grade quad sculls. You can see there that ANU crew, Liz Blower, Sarah Connor, Holly Kilmartin and Jessica Finnegan. And then lane number 7, the Nepean crew, Emily Boys, Vitti Young, Edie Brown and Sienna Grady. Just on your screen there, Glebe, Heidi Lindahl, Belindy Rowe, Josephine Duncan-Nagy and Jacqueline Harris. The crew on the screen at the moment. Next to them, Leichhardt. No, that was the Leichhardt crew. And then the Canberra Rowing Club crew of Sasha McDonough, Tia Kneep, Nikki Greenland and Megan Chen. We said that they were going to be very difficult to beat, particularly with Nikki there in the 3 seat, and they are certainly pulling out quite nicely out in front of the rest of them at the moment.
as they look about 300 metres into the race, and it looks like a very straight line across the field. So we're going to see a great finish here, I think.
Yeah, not a lot to pick between them. So the winners of the men's C Grade 8, representing UTS, champions for 2023, Zinc Bosco, Ben Fairbrother, Matthew Robertson, Tal Lewis, Ryan Gibson, Zachary Hyde, James Scott Brown, Chris Thompson and Ryder Taylor. Please congratulate our 2023 champions. So through the first 500 metres, it was Canberra Rowing Club leading the women's C-grade quad sculls ahead of Leichhardt in lane number 5. And then we've also got the guys from UTS. Then also a good run here from University of New South Wales over in lane number 2. And then they're ahead of Glebe Nepean ANU and the second Canberra Rowing Club crew.
It's pretty close though, the Stuart. The Glebe is holding in there. Leichhardt is pushing hard to try and catch the Canberra crew.
Yeah, so Canberra Rowing Club sitting out in front at the moment. University of New South Wales are pushing hard though. Moving up close into second, we've got Leichhardt sitting in second. So we will certainly have a decent battle on between for our minor placings. We've got about a boat length between our leading CRC crew and then Leichhardt still sitting in second place. University of New South Wales starting to push hard as they come up towards the final 200 metres. Canberra Rowing Club out in front. Leichhardt, can they make up a boat length within 200 metres? They're going to run out of space by the looks of things. We've got the University of New South Wales over in lane number 2.
No, I think Glebe's going to get Uni.
Glebes are pushing up as well. Out in front, we've still got a boat length between first and second. Canberra Rowing Club leading Leichhardt. They're into the final 50 metres or so. It's still Canberra Rowing Club out in front. They're stroked by Megan Chen. They've got Nikki Greenland, Tia Kneep and Sasha McDonough. And as they come towards the finish, it will be a win for CRC. It's a win for Canberra Rowing Club. Second place going to Leichhardt, with third going through to Glebe and the bronze medal. Fourth place will go through to the University of New South Wales. And it looked like ANU finished in fifth, just ahead of UTS, Nepean and the second Canberra Rowing Club crew there. So a start to finish win there for the Canberra Rowing Club crew. Sasha McDonough, Tia Kneep, Nikki Greenland, Megan Chen. Second to Jennifer Zonga, Daniela Bourget, Taryn Innes and Judith Ois. And third to Heidi Lindahl, Belindy Rowe, Josephine Duncan Nagy and Jacqueline Harris from Glebe.
And the winning time was 3 minutes 33.78 with a margin of 1.81, then 2.8, then 2.15 back to fourth place.
As we just see on the screen, the start of the men's D-grade single scull final. Lane 1 from Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd. Lane 2 from the University of New South Wales, Harry O'Donnell, coached by Cameron Butler. Lane 3 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Nicholas Brown, coached by Robert Mackney. Lane 4 from St George, Tom Masterton, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 5, also from St George and coached by Mark Featherston, Robert Olivia. In lane 6 from Nepean Rowing Club, Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 7 from the University of New South Wales, Scott Purves, coached by Cameron Butler. Lane 8 from Canberra Rowing Club, Riley Elliott, coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Kwiatkowski. And in lane 9 from Penrith Rowing Club, Hugh McDonald. We just see them lining up at the start. This is the men's D-grade single sculls.
Again, a real mix here. I know Hugh McDonald has just become a G this year in Masters. Gave me a bit of a fright. He's I used to beat him with my handicap, and now he's up in my division. So yeah. the fun of masters rowing. But today we have grade rowing. It's where everybody's all mixed up. It's purely on merit. And we're getting to see some really exciting racing here today.
And they are underway now in the men's D single sculls. So it did look like Riley Elliott from Canberra Rowing Club. A nice little start out from him over there in lane number 8. Pushing out quite hard, quite early. So, but still very early days in this race. We'll move back after this race. We'll move back over the 2,000 metres where we've got the men's A-grade double sculls. So, and then after that, the men's B-grade double scull final as well. So, a couple of races still to come before we've got the lunch break at 12:55. So, lunch break at 12:55, and then we'll head on for the afternoon's worth of racing.
Does look to be a very exciting D single race coming down, the men. They don't look to be too spread out in the field. Very hard to call who might be in the lead at this stage. We'll see as they come past the cameras at the 500 metre mark.
Yeah, not a lot to pick between any of our scullers at the moment at the halfway point of the men's D single sculls. So certainly some exciting racing so far today, Mark. We've seen some of the heats with absolutely nothing in between them. We saw one of the scullers earlier on. I think it was about 0.4 of a second between third and fourth, or qualifying and not qualifying for the finals. So certainly plenty going on here in the 2023 Edward Trickett Regatta.
So Scott Purvis came through about 3/4 of a length ahead of the others and looks to be pulling away now. We wait and see how they pan out as they get a little bit closer.
Coming up towards the final stages of the men's D single sculls. And it does look to be, we've got Harry O'Donnell from the University of New South Wales looking quite strong, as is Drummoyne's Nicholas Brown, and then next to him, St George's Tom Masterton. And then over here in lane number 7, University of New South Wales, Scott Purves as well. So there's plenty going on as they come up towards the final stages. They're into the last 100 or so metres of the men's D-grade single scull. Scott Purves from the University of New South Wales. Has he just got his bow ball out in front now? We've got Harry O'Donnell also from the University of New South Wales, and Drummoyne's Nicholas Brown pushing hard. There's not a lot between our first 3 scullers in the men's D singles. Lane number 7, Scott Purves. Has he moved himself out in front? I think he has. We've got a big push here coming from Ezekiel Pratt as well, coming into the minor placings. It will be a win for Scott Purves from University of New South Wales. Second place going to Nepean, with third place going to, it looked to be the Drummoyne sculler in third. And then back a little bit further to Riley Elliott from Canberra Rowing Club, and then Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne. So we'll wait for confirmation on that one. They've got Harry O'Donnell down. So we'll wait for confirmation on the final placings for the men's D single sculls.
I'm pretty sure Scott Purvis had it. He led all the way and managed to hold on to his lead.
So we'll wait for confirmation of the finish there as we move now to the presentations of medals for the women's D-grade quad sculls. In third place, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Heidi Lindahl, Belindy Rowe, Josephine Duncan-Nagy and Jacqueline Harris.
Medals have been presented by David Cameron, a former Olympian and member of the Rowing New South Wales board.
Second place and silver medalists representing Leichhardt, Jennifer Zonger, Daniela Borgert, Taryn Innes and Judith Uys. And gold medal winners and champions for 2023, representing Canberra Rowing Club, Sasha McDonough, Tia Kneep, Nikki Greenland and Megan Chen.
Looks like a little bit of a shuffle there, where the Glebe girls are giving their medals to the winners. Perhaps the golds and silvers on the tray got a little mixed up. Doesn't take away from any of their efforts. Fantastic effort, ladies. Well done.
Please congratulate our 2023 champions and medalists. So just confirmation of the results from the men's D singles sculls. First place, Scott Purves from University of New South Wales. Second to Nepean's Ezekiel Pratt, with third going to Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Just see on the screen there, boats heading on to the start for race number 27. It's the final of the men's A-grade double sculls. In lane 3, representing UTS, Michael McRae and Luca Roccanalto, coached by Elliot Shackcloth-Bertinetti and Matthias Ungermack. Lane 4, also representing UTS and also coached by Elliot Shackcloth-Bertinetti, it is Patrick Burke and Marcus Delamata. In lane 5, from Newcastle Rowing Club, Ben Homer and Remy Keats. And in lane 6 from UTS, Mackenzie Thompson and Mitchell Caponis, and they're coached by Elliot Shackcloth-Bertinetti.
We expect this to be quite an exciting race with our fellow commentator Michael McRae, who's also on the Rowing New South Wales board, and Marcus Delamata, one of the Rowing New South Wales staff, battling it out against each other.
And then Ben Homer from Newcastle Rowing Club was one of our commentators over at Nationals. Should be back a little bit later on today to have a bit of a chin wag on the microphone. You can see him there in the distinctive Newcastle colours. The odd men out, so to speak, with the surrounded by UTS. Marcus Delamata, from memory, represented Australia at the Coastal Rowing Championships as well over in Namibia.
He did, and I think what colour was his medal? It was silver or bronze?
I think so, yeah. I'd have to double check on that one. But certainly some big talent here in the men's A-grade double sculls. Ben Homer and Remy Keats, they were over at Nationals competing in the club men's double, and in the semi-finals, I remember walking past coming into the regatta centre, and they missed out on qualification for the final by about 0.3 of a second. There was absolutely nothing in it. So they'll be looking to avenge that. It looks like a bit of banter going on at the start there.
And ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the men's D grade single scull. In third place, representing Drummoyne with the bronze medal, Nicholas Brown, coached by Robin Mackney. In second place, representing Nepean, Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. And the men's D grade champion, Scott Purvis from the University of New South Wales, coached by Cameron Butler. Congratulations to our medal winners. And race 27, the men's A grade double scull 2,000 metre race is underway. So it does look like at this stage the UTS crew of Patrick Burke and Marcus Delamata have taken an early lead, but we wait and see how it pans out. Mackenzie Thompson and Mitchell Kaponis are right there with them. A little bit further back to Michael McRae and Luca Roncolato, then Ben Homer and Remy Keats, I think. So the field is already splitting out between the two in the lead and the two behind, but it is a 2,000 metre race, so their strategies may be different.
Yeah, Marcus Delamata, we were talking earlier about him. He had a fantastic Nationals, won the bronze medal in the men's open double sculls, along with Nick Blackman from Adelaide University, and then was part of the winning open men's quad, along with Henry Yule from Tamar, Nick Blackman from Adelaide University, and Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. So that UTS double Patrick Burke, Marcus Delamata out in front at the moment. And then back to Michael McRae, Luca Roncolato, and Mackenzie Thompson, Mitchell Kaponis from UTS, and then Ben Homer and Remy Keats from Newcastle Rowing Club. Making up our field, but only very early on in the piece at the moment. You just see here the footage from the rowboat as they're following down. You can see that Newcastle crew of Ben Homer and Remy Keats really pushing hard there to try and make up some ground on those UTS crews. And then a great view out towards the Blue Mountains off in the distance. Sydney International Regatta Centre looking an absolute treat. And hopefully it stays that way for our two big regattas coming up a little bit later on. Don't forget, if you'd like to volunteer for the New South Wales Masters Championships or the Australian Rowing Masters Championships, please ensure that you head to the Rowing New South Wales website, rowingnsw.asn.au, and head to the volunteer section, or alternatively contact Alico Tully from Rowing New South Wales to get some more information about how you can help out and make those regattas an absolute success. Very much looking forward, particularly to the Australian Masters Rowing Championships, They've got the interstate regatta that's on during that on the Saturday night, I believe.
Saturday afternoon, yeah.
Yep. So they've got the men's and women's quads, the eights, and also the interstate Paris singles now added into the Masters. So have been for the last couple of years. So always good fun, and gives those of us who are a little bit older with a little bit of an impairment the opportunity to be able to race for our states.
Fantastic. Some close footage there of Marcus Delamata and Patrick Burke looking very comfortable. I think UTS know that they've got a win here, so it's really just Marcus Delamata and Patrick Burke holding off Mackenzie Thompson and Mitchell Caponas closer to the side. So only boat length in it as they come across the final 500 metres, 1500 metre mark.
Then a bit of clear water back to Michael McRae and Luca Roncolato. And then about a boat length between them and the Newcastle crew, Ben Homer and Remy Keats. So not quite a guaranteed 1, 2, 3 for UTS as yet, but certainly looking very comfortable through coming into the last 500 metres or so. Michael McRae, we've heard his dulcet tones on the commentary a little bit earlier on. He is a Rowing New South Wales board member. I believe he's not long back in the boat though. He competed at the Australian Rowing Championships in 2022 down at Nagambie and took some time off. And now he's back in rowing for UTS here at the Trickett Regatta.
And I think he'll be up here talking to you this afternoon as well.
I dare say so. So it's he's putting in the hard yakka at the moment though, Michael McRae. Sitting in third place ahead of that Newcastle doubles. So
now the battle's really on now for these two UTS crews of Delamata, Burke, and over here Thompson and Caponas. They're both up their rating, but I think the crew of Delamata and Burke have managed to push ahead and hold them off. Looking very clean and comfortable there. You can see the size of Marcus Delamata, using all the power and strength that he has.
And reach.
Looking round pretty casually. Yeah, we've got it.
So a strong win there for Patrick Burke and Marcus Delamata from UTS. They've finished ahead of Mackenzie Thompson and Mitchell Caponas in second place. And then to come home and make it a UTS 1, 2 and 3, Michael McRae and Luca Roncolato in third place, finishing ahead of the Newcastle double of Ben Homer and Remy Keats. Now they are underway in the men's B-grade double scull final as well. So lane 1 from ANU, Klim Tautzman, Max Reardon, coached by Deanne Grant and Will Hatcher. In lane 2 from UTS, Max Collier and James Scott Brown, coached by Elliot Shackcloth-Bertinetti. In lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club, Alex Tomanovitz and James Waldersee, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. In lane 4, we've had a late substitution, Peter Waldersee. It's the battle of the Waldersees going on in lanes 3 and 4. So Peter Waldersee and Ryan Gibson in lane 4 from UTS, coached by Elliot Shackcloth-Bertinetti. Also coached by Elliot Shackcloth-Bertinetti is Zinc Bosco and Mitch Blackmore-Cram in lane 5. Penrith, Bradley Moran and Liam Taylor, coached by Lindsay Callaghan in lane 6. University of New South Wales, Flynn Wilkinson and Frederick Leroyd, coached by Cameron Butler in lane 7. And then Jack Clements and Rosyth Johnston, also from University of New South Wales in lane 8.
So the winning time on the A double was 6 minutes 49.84 with a margin of 3.71. Then a larger margin of 15 seconds back to the third and 4.22 seconds back to fourth.
So just seeing the footage there from the start of the men's B-grade double sculls. Certainly UTS again looking very strong. They've got the favoured lanes in lanes 4 and 5. But we are seeing a bit of a push there coming from, it looks to be Penrith over in lane number 6. But it's still very early stages. They're only coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark now, so still plenty of good racing to come.
They do look to be fairly spread out though, so we see how that holds as they come closer to us.
Yeah, we'll get a really good view as they pass through the 1,000-metre timing point as well. So when the camera switches across, you'll be able to see. So they're just through the 750. So it does look to be UTS's Peter Waldesy and Ryan Gibson leading Alex Tomanovitz and James Waldesy from Canberra, and Zinc Bosco and Mitch Blackmore-Cram also from UTS, although I don't think there's going to be much between our two UTS crews out in front.
Going neck and neck pretty much there, so as you say, the Waldesy brothers having a little bit of sibling competition, half a boat length in it.
Yeah, so the two UTS crews, half a boat length between them. So Zinc Bosco, Mitch Blackmore-Cram leading Peter Waldesy and Ryan Gibson, and then back a little bit further to Bradley Moran and Liam Taylor, then Alex Tomanovitz and James Waldesy from Canberra Rowing Club, and then other crews making up the field. So Max Collier, James Scott Brown from UTS, Kim Sloutzman and Max Reardon from ANU, Flynn Wilkinson, Frederick Leroyd from University of New South Wales, and Jack Clements and Rosyth Johnston also from the University of New South Wales.
And ladies and gentlemen, we'll go to the medal presentation for the men's A grade double scull. We have UTS, UTS and UTS. So the bronze medalists in third place, Michael McRae and Luca Roncolato. Medals being presented by David Cameron. Silver medalists, Mackenzie Thompson and Mitchell Caponis. Seem to be running away, but they'll be caught shortly. And the champions for 2023 at the Edward Trickett Grade Regatta, Patrick Burke and Marcus Delamata. Big hand for these fantastic UTS crews.
Heading back now to the men's B grade double sculls. They're coming up through the 1,500 metre mark. It is still Zinc Bosco and Mitch Blackmore-Cram out in front of Peter Waldesy and Ryan Gibson. And then a nice little battle going on for third, and I suspect Canberra Rowing Club's Alex Tomanovitz and James Waldesy just moving ahead of Bradley Moran and Liam Taylor in that battle for the bronze. Then back a little bit further, our crews closest to the grandstand, University of New South Wales, Flynn Wilkinson and Frederick Leroyd in lane 7, and then Jack Clements, Rosyth Johnston in lane 8, and then back then to Max Collier and James Scott Brown from UTS in lane 2, and Clem Tautzman and Max Reardon from ANU over in lane number 1. But out in front, Zinc Bosco and Mitch Blackmore-Cram have led from the start, and they are looking quite comfortable coming into the Red Boys for the last 200 metres or so. UTS's Peter Waldesy and Ryan Gibson sitting in second place, and then we're seeing a bit of a push here. Bradley Moran and Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club. Have they managed to pull ahead of James Waldesy and Alex Tomanovitz from Canberra Rowing Club? So it'll be a lovely little battle out for the bronze medal. Coming into the final stages now, you can just see our leading crew of Zinc Bosco and Mitch Blackmore-Cram. They've just started to up their rate really, really nicely there. They're going to take a comfortable win in the men's B-grade double, but we're hearing some cheering going through. The local boys from Penrith are moving up and moving up fast. It's going to be a win for UTS, Zinc Bosco, Mitch Blackmore-Cram. Peter Waldesy and Ryan Gibson will come through in second, with third going to Penrith's Bradley Moran and Liam Taylor. Fourth place will go to Alex Tomanovitz and James Waldesy from Canberra Rowing Club. And then a nice little battle going on for fifth place here between lane 7 University of New South Wales and lane 2 UTS, as we just see University of New South Wales get their bow balls out in front. A couple of big strokes left to go. It will be the University of New South Wales in 5th, UTS in lane 2 in 6th, and then University of New South Wales lane 8 in 7th, and ANU coming through in 8th. So a winning time there of 6 minutes 53.54 and a winning margin of 5.12 seconds and then 1.22 seconds back to third. And our final race of the morning session is underway. It's the women's B grade coxless pairs, lane 4 from the University of New South Wales, Lisa Matthews and Elizabeth Raffin. They're coached by Chris Burns. Lane 5 from UTS, Grace Burke and Annabelle Fuller, coached by Katie Healy. And lane 6 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nikki Lepresti and India Evans, coached by Steve Sherry.
So as the the women's B grade coxless pair comes down the course, it does look like Nikki Lepresti and India Evans have a fairly comfortable lead over the other two. I would say currently it's probably Lisa Matthews and Elizabeth Raffin, sorry, from the University of New South Wales, sitting in the second position. But Grace Burke and Annabelle Fuller from UTS are working hard to try and catch them there. I think we're about to go over to a medal presentation for the men's B grade double scull. Do you want to do it?
Presentation of medals for the men's B grade double sculls. Third place and bronze medalists representing Penrith Rowing Club, Bradley Moran and Liam Taylor. Second place and silver medalists representing UTS, Peter Waldersee and Ryan Gibson. And the winners and champions for 2023 representing UTS, Zink Bosco and Mitch Blackmore-Cram. Please congratulate our 2023 medalists and champions.
And as the women's B grade coxless pair comes into view, they're just about to hit the last 250 metres of this race. There's a very clear lead by Nikki Lepresti and India Evans from Leichhardt. They're coached by Steve Sherry. The battle is going to be really for second place between Lisa Matthews and Elizabeth Raffin from the University of New South Wales, and Grace Burke and Annabelle Fuller from UTS. But I would say at this stage, Lisa Matthews and Elizabeth Raffin will be able to hold off the UTS crew, but we'll see what happens as they get closer to the line. Leichhardt well out in front, looking very comfortable, just coming into the last 250 metres.
Yeah, plenty of clear water there, Mark, between first and second.
Yeah, and I think Lisa Matthews and Elizabeth Raffin over on the far side have just taken their rating up a couple of points. Just, I would suggest they're even opening their margin for the UTS crew.
You can see out in front though, Nikki Lepresti and India Evans from Leichhardt Rowing Club. It's very comfortable. It's very strong. You can see them a big few strokes to finish up, and they will go through and be our women's B grade coxless pair champions for 2023. It's confirmation of the win there for Leichhardt in a time of 8 minutes 17.95. Then coming through in second place will be the crew in lane number 4 from the University of New South Wales, Lisa Matthews and Elizabeth Raffin. And they'll finish ahead of the UTS crew of Grace Burke and Annabelle Fuller in third. So that was our final race for the morning session here at the 2023 Edward Trickett Regatta. So some fantastic heats, Mark, that we've seen throughout. We've got some big finals coming up a little bit later on today, starting off with the women's C double sculls, and then on to the men's cox fours. We've got some para double sculls, the women's D8. So plenty of good racing to come up a little bit later on today, and then the women's C pairs as well should be an interesting one.
Yeah, and the perfect conditions, and not to mention also the final of the men's D quad, which
Yes.
I'll be swinging along and letting the other boys do all the work.
So we'll just have the final medal presentations, which will be for the women's B grade coxless pairs, before heading on to the lunch break.
we do very quickly turn our attention to race 30, the next race down the course. This is the women's C-grade double scull. In lane 1, we have Glebe, Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard. In lane 2, Leichhardt, we have Josephine Egan and Ciara Ortolani. In lane 3, from UNSW, Samantha Beckler and Charlotte Stanwicks. In lane 4, from UNSW, Isabella Niven and Caitlin Mulqueeny. In lane 5, from Lake Macquarie, Kristen Berry and Trudy McDonald. In lane 6, from Glebe, we have Josephine Duncan Nagy and Jacqueline Harris. In lane 7, from Penrith, we have Madison Jones and Zoe Wisner. And in lane 8 from Canberra, we have Caitlin Morgan and Gabby Pidcock. Now, Lizzie, it looks like the middle of the field here is just coming a little bit out, separating themselves from the rest of the field. Maybe it's a bit hard to tell from our angle here, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's quite a close race, and I know the times were pretty similar during coming through the heats. We've got a bit of a breeze picking up here, and it was a crosswind, but it's swung around and it's now a tailwind. So I think all of these crews just making the most of some great conditions. They are C-grade doubles, so they're racing over 1,000 metres, and they are fairly experienced. Some of these are masters rowers as well, who I believe are allowed to then row as C-grade. And so some of them are pretty experienced, especially Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie, who are in lane 5. And look to me as though they might be in a lead, along with, and then there's the youngsters from Penrith, Madison Joins and Zoe Weissner, in the green, yellow and pink, is it green? And then across on the far side, we've got Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard, who again are very young, but are, and fairly new to rowing, but my goodness, they look good.
And it is a fantastic element of these grade regattas, having the different levels, especially these C-grade races. You get the athletes who aren't quite novices, they've been in the sport for a little bit, and they're really having a crack. You get people at different levels, but definitely in this race, we've got a very, very close finish, it looks like, Lizzie, here, between lane 5, 3 and 1. At this point, I believe it's lane 1 who's just narrowly in the lead. That'd be the Glebe crew there of Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard. I think they're going to just take this one out. If there isn't a big push from UNSW, which there is, but they will Glebe just take out first place, then UNSW in lane 3. Then that'll be lane 5, Lake Macquarie, followed by lane 7, Penrith, lane 2, Leichhardt, lane 4, UNSW. And then a nice close finish there for the minor placings there for lane 8 and lane 6. And a good bit of racing there. Lizzie, some fantastic.
Certainly
rowing.
was. My goodness me, like a blanket finish, really. There was no more than a couple of seconds between each of those first few crews. So the win there in the women's C-grade double scull final was Glebe Rowing Club, Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard.
Yeah, some fantastic racing.
Yes, some good cheering from the stands there. Second, the University of New South Wales crew of Samantha Backler and Charlotte Stanwicks. And third was Lake Macquarie's Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. So we invite those three crews to spin around and come into the presentation dais to receive their medals. Fourth was Penrith, fifth was Leichhardt 3, sixth the University of New South Wales, seventh Canberra and eighth Glebe. Winning time 3 minutes 46.62.
Yeah, thanks, Lizzie. And we move now to the men's C-grade Coxed 4. I will mention as well, I haven't actually been in the commentary tower for this regatta, but some fantastic little graphics and work done there by Bont Rowing in the live stream. You can see there's a bit of a new layout. We have the athletes shown there as well, and very nice little picturesque live stream to watch, isn't it, Lizzie? It really adds to it.
It really does, yeah.
Yeah, so fantastic that we can enjoy sport of rowing at home, I guess, and we don't have to come all the way to Penrith to see our family members or friends rowing along there. As I said earlier, we will now move to the men's C-grade Cox 4. In lane 1, we have Glebe. In lane 2, University of New South Wales. In lane 3, UTS. In lane 4, we have Canberra. In lane 5, Black Mountain. In lane 6, ANU. In lane 7, University of New South Wales. In lane 8, Nepean. And from lane 9, scratched, we were going to have UTS, but that's been a scratching.
And Black Mountain got off to a very strong start, and as they come into the halfway mark, still are showing a very strong presence, but it's the crews over there in lanes 8 and 7 that seem to be moving ahead just slightly. So in lane 7, 8, that's the crew from Nepean Rowing Club of Oscar Parsons, Angus George, Luca Bazina and Hugh Harold. They're being coxed by Giovanna Tabanag. and they are coached by Daniel Waddell. In the lane next to them is the University of New South Wales crew of Fraser Wilson, Jago Lambert, Scott Purves, who just won the single, and Harry O'Donnell. Georgina Browning is their cox, and they're coached by Cam Butler. ANU are in lane 6. That's the crew of Michael Keating, Caleb Lloyd, Samuel Imperial and Alexander Migdalius, coxed by Kat Allen. But they have having to just take their turn, really, because Black Mountain are looking very strong indeed. That's the crew of Alistair Bridgewater, Henry Bridgewater, Mark Partridge and Ian Mongan, coxed by Sophia Pochet. Oh, I don't know.
They are doing a very good job there, aren't they? Black Mountain, you don't see them as often, but they're quite a competitive club there. It looks at the moment like UTS.
UTS, so that's the crew of Chris Thompson, James Scott Brown, Ryan Gibson and Tal Lewis. Ryder Taylor is coxing them, and they have just been victorious in the 8 and then a whole slew of doubles, including yourself.
Yeah,
so here they are on, I know they really want to win that point score trophy, don't they, Feeder? So it looks to me like that's what they are looking to try and do.
Yep, and Ryan Gibson has been racing a million times today. He's really having a crack, but they're really being pushed by UNSW here.
That's the crew of Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe, coxed by Angela Zeng.
And you can see there in this Cox 4 discipline, you really need a lot of muscle there. It's quite a difficult physical boat to row. UTS there has just taken out the lead ahead of lane 2 UNSW, who really gave them a fight. And as you said, Lizzie, Black Mountain there, very well done to get a 3rd place. So we invite those top 3 over to the medal presentation podium, and a fantastic race there to see a very good fight there for 1st and 2nd.
Excellent race. So confirming the results of the men's C grade, Coxed 4, a win for UTS. 2nd, University of New South Wales. 3rd, Black Mountain. We invite those crews to come and get their medals. 4th, Nepean. 5th, University of New South Wales. 6th, ANU. 7th, Glebe and 8th, Canberra. The winning time for UTS in the men's C Coxed 4 was 3 minutes 20.24, and the margin was just 0.71 over the University of New South Wales.
Yeah, thank you, Lizzie. And we've got a little bit of time now, I believe, until we have the para double scull. We will have some medal presentations in the meantime. I believe the first of our medal presentations is a women's C grade double scull, as they prepare there. We will continue racing in a couple of minutes with the para double scull.
The presentation of medals for the women's C grade double scull. The medals are being presented by David Cameron, Olympian and member of the board of Rowing New South Wales. 3rd place and bronze medalists, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Kirsten Berry and Trudy MacDonald. The crew was coached by Odin McIntosh. 2nd place and silver medals, University of New South Wales. Samantha Backler and Charlotte Stanwicks. The crew was coached by Chris Burns. Gold medalists and champions of the Edward Trickett Grade Championships 2023, Glebe Rowing Club. Kelly Clifton and Ella Barnard. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the women's C grade double scull. So just as you regroup following lunch, if we could ask all of the coaches, coxes, athletes, as you're working around the trailer, could you keep your eyes open, please, for bow numbers and return them to the bottom of the finish tower? So if you could please return any bow numbers that are finished with, especially if crews were scratched this morning, if you could have a look for those bow numbers as well, we'd be grateful.
And as we approach the next medal presentation, we have had a start in the para double final. The para double final will be raced by two crews. There has been one scratching. So in lane 4 from ANU, we have Stuart John and Tom Artellaris. In lane 5 from Glebe, we have Mika Kelly and Robert Fendel. Now they've scratched, so they won't be competing in this race. In lane 6 from Des Moines, we have Stephanie Walker and Kathleen Hextel.
Yeah, and that's an interesting doubles combination because Kathleen, of course, is the para coach at Des Moines Rowing Club, and but also a fine sculler herself, and she's obviously out there rowing with Steph in order to make sure Steph gets a row in the double.
Yeah, and Kathleen has done fantastic stuff for the sport. I believe she ran the
huge.
indoor championships for a while.
Yes, indoor rowing as well, yeah. But certainly in the para rowing space, she's really encouraged those with intellectual impairments to get involved, and she has been selected herself as coach and taken a number of those athletes to the Virtus Global Games and Asia Pacific Games and won lots of medals for Australia.
Yep, she has.
Plus had a lot of fun and done some travel as well, which is one of the great things about our sport, isn't it, that we're able to do that.
It is, yeah. We're able to travel through to Europe and do things like that, compete overseas. And yeah, very good from Kathleen to be able to foster some very enthusiastic young athletes.
And Stuart John in the ANU double scull is, of course, our co-commentator and acting CEO of Rowing ACT at the moment.
We now move to the medal presentation for the men's C grade Coxed 4. In third place from Black Mountain, Alistair Bridgewater, Henry Bridgewater, Mark Partridge, and Ian Mongan. Coxed by Sophia Porchett. And in second place, from University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, James Halliday, Andrew McConcrow, and coxed by Angela Zhang. And in first place, from University of Technology Sydney, we have Chris Thompson, James Scott Brown, Ryan Gibson, and Tao Lewis, coxed by Ryder Taylor. Please join me in congratulating all the medal recipients from the men's C grade Cox 4. And at the conclusion of that medal presentation, we drew our attention to the para double scull. One of our fantastic commentators that we usually have, Stuart John, in combination with Tim Arteleros, is leading this race by a fairly commanding margin. They're really doing a fantastic job as they're coming down the field here. You can see they've got a good amount of power on that stroke there, Lizzie. They're really doing a great job to lead this race and keep their foot on the gas as well.
Yes, Stuart's really gone from strength to strength this season as he's really increased the level of training he does and the consistency of his training on the water, and he has a hand impairment, or the same hand impairment on both hands, and so just figuring out how to scull has been really important. You'll notice he's wearing a black armband on his left arm, and that is to honour his uncle. He's racing in memory of his uncle who passed away this week, and great congratulations for them there in that double scull. Very happy indeed to take out the win in the para double scull here today, as I say, sculling in memory of his uncle Earl, and I believe certainly his mum, if not other members of the family, are watching through the live stream. So hello to you, and our commiserations, our sympathies to you at this time.
What a great way to remember your uncle with a fantastic race there, and that black armband. And here in second place from lane 6, we've got Drummoyne, Stephanie Walker and Kathleen Hextell, coached by Kathleen Hextell, and they're doing a great job of just rowing this boat together, getting Stephanie a race. Kathleen, very experienced sculler, as we mentioned earlier. So some great rowing there by those two to come second in the final of the para double scull. So we invite those two doubles over to collect their medals. And as they do head over, we will turn our attention to the women's D grade 8 that will commence in around a minute or two. So we do have a second.
So in the women's D grade 8, we have 3 crews racing, and because it's D grade, they will be racing over 1,000 metres. The crew in lane 4 will be Caitlin Grant, Lucy McAlpine, Talia McLaurin, Victoria MacDonald, Jessica Finnegan, Holly Kilmartin, Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower. Their cox is Lucy Anderson and their coach is Edwin Bien. In lane 5, the crew from Drummoyne is Rebecca Giles, Alessandra McCluskey-Voigt, Charlotte Huntley, Izzy Hooton, Sally Wiebeck, Bianca Riley, Ashley Lister and Freya Warner Van Dyke. Gabby Angus is coxing them and their coach is Sarah Ellis. In lane 6 we have the University of New South Wales, Ashley Potter, Adelaide Webster, Annabelle Singh, Annabelle Hayworth, Lily Sinogles, Elizabeth Raffin, Lisa Matthews, Anna Ristick and their cox Emma Vaycox. Their crew is coached by Chris Burns. And of course, it's the grade championships, so we've seen a lot of these names come backwards and forwards during the course of the season. And just some of those ANU names, we know them, like Lucy Anderson, who used to cox at Queenwood, and Lizzie Blower, who used to row at UTS. So great to see them back on local waters and obviously enjoying their time now at the ANU.
Yeah, exactly. And Lizzie Blower was a UCS rower back probably 2014, I think, quite a while ago, before my time, definitely. But as you said, Lizzie, some fantastic rowers here in these boats. Some old names. I know Izzy Hooton has been around for many years. So some really good, very experienced oarsmen in this women's oarswomen in this women's D grade 8.
Yeah, I think one of the wonderful things about D grade is if you have rowed at, say, top university level and been away for a few years, started your career, maybe your family, and now you've come back to rowing again, it's just great to get back into grade rowing. So if I believe I'm right in saying that to race in a D grade 8, you don't have to all be D grade, you have to average out at D, is that right?
Yeah, that's my understanding of it. And as you said, Lizzie, I think it's such a good opportunity having these grade regattas to have those people. It is a sport that really draws you back. So to go on with your life and do what you need to do and come back and just enjoy the sport.
100%.
It's such a serious sport where we don't really get much enjoyment out of it a lot of the time.
That's so true. And one of the wonderful things about this championships is that you can only row for your club. So there are no composite crews here today. Everybody's rowing in a club crew representing their club with their club mates. And as we can see, the Drummoyne crew, who've been together all season, a number of them novice at the start of the season, really having a very good, powerful middle of the course, and now positioned themselves well for the final sprint to the finish.
Yeah, 100%. And how good are these 1K 8 races, as we see? The really quick racing, some really intense racing. And as you said, Lizzie, this Drummoyne crew is just looking fantastic as they approach those red buoys that do indicate the 100-metre mark to go. They will see those red buoys, they'll know to lift the rate, and there they go. They've gone up just a point or two.
A very experienced cox there in Gabby Angus, who used to cox at Newcastle Grammar, I think it was.
Oh, right.
Was it Newcastle Grammar? Very good cox.
Yeah, she looks like she's really just telling that crew what they need to know, and they will cross the line around a length ahead. So we have what will be a photo finish there.
So close.
We were looking at the wrong race, I think, Lizzie. It says 0.27 of a second there. ANU has pipped out University of New South Wales, but I think it's probably going to be closer than that. I think there will have to be a photo finish. I probably couldn't call that one. I don't know if you saw a bit of a better race than me, but
no, it looked really close to me too.
Fantastic racing there in the women's D grade 8. So we'll get a bit of confirmation on that later on. We do have the men's D grade quad lining up on the start now, and we will go to that race in just a moment. We also turn our attention in just a second to the medal presentation for the para double scull.
So the presentation of medals for the para double scull. The medals are being presented by David Cameron, Olympian and member of the board of Rowing New South Wales. Gold medalists ANU, Stuart John and Tim Artelaris. Second and silver medal, Drummoyne Rowing Club, Stephanie Walker and Kathleen Hextall. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the para double scull.
Thank you, Lizzie. And we now turn our attention to the men's D grade quad scull final. This is an 8-boat race. So in lane 1, we have Endeavour, Peter Bowman, Jared Curran, Matthew Patton, and Tim Blomfield, coached by Peter Bond. In lane 2 from Shellhaven, Bradley Sewell, Stuart Drury, Andreas Mendez, and Mark Whittaker. In lane 3 from St George, Byron Matheson, Rory Cole, James Rudzis, and Cromwell Oliver. In lane 4 from St George, Ayrton Granger Romus, Glenn Shooter, Christopher Jones, and Alan Robertson. In lane 5 from St George, Matthew Giller, Robert Oliver, Thomas Masterton, and James Hunt. In lane 6 from Canberra, Damien Rand, Nicholas Scopel, Riley Dale, and Jaden Peters. In lane 7 from Glebe, Callum Steele, Robert Fendel, Mark Tejan, and Nicholas Galea. And in lane 8 from Penrith, Steve Hill, Magnus Butlin, Ian Randell, and Hugh MacDonald. Now we've got some fantastic names in this field. We've got Mark Tejan, our great commentator who does a fantastic job blessing us with his vocals. We've got the great Glenn Shooter, president at St George, as well as fantastic James Hunt, not to be confused with the Formula One driver, but a very quick rower all the same. He's a very, very nice man if you see him around. He did a bit of work at UTS, but we've got some really, really good names in this race. It looks at this point like it's going to be that lane 5 St George crew, I think, in the lead, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, St George have got 3 crews, so they won 2 of the heats, and they've got a 3rd crew in as well. So they're right in the middle of the field, those 3 crews, and having a good ding-dong against each other. It was very close up until the halfway mark, and in this second half, positions have changed somewhat. And as you say, it's that crew in lane 5 of Matthew Giller, Robert Olivia, Tom Masterson, and James Hunt that are currently in the lead. Robert and Tom have already won medals in the single scull, and they look to me as though they're going for gold now in the quad scull. But Penrith Rowing Club, what a great finish. Steve Hill, Magnus Butlin, Ian Randall, and Hugh MacDonald really emptying the tank now as they come into the finish line. It'll be just under a length difference, but they'll take silver, and it'll be the St George crew of Ayrton Granger Ramos, Glenn Shooter, Chris Jones, and Alec Robertson who will take the bronze.
And some very close racing there for 4th, 5th, and 6th. I believe that was just lane 6 there to get 4th place, and that was Canberra Rowing Club. But yeah, I think bronze place there. You are right, Lizzie. That was this crew with the fantastic Glenn Shooter, dad of James Shooter, who was a national champion back a few years ago. But some very good racing there, Lizzie. Some really fun racing to watch.
And we think the results were, so gold for St George, the crew stroked by James Hunt, silver for Penrith, and bronze for St George, the crew stroked by Alan Robertson. So we would invite those 3 crews to please come to the podium. 4th Canberra, 5th St George, 6th Glebe, 7th Shoalhaven, 8th Endeavour.
And we do have just a few minutes now, I believe, until our next race. So that was the men's D quad at 2:08. It is now 2:10, and I think our next race is the men's B grade single scull at 2:18. So we will have that medal presentation. We invite the top 3 crews from the men's D grade quad scull over to our podium. We'll have their medal presentation for the final just before we usher in the next 2-kilometre race, the men's B grade single scull.
So everybody today is racing to gain points in the season's point score, which is sponsored by Bont Rowing. The standings as at the 29th of March were that in 3rd place, University of New South Wales with 725.78 points. In silver, Leichhardt Rowing Club with 778.28 points. And in the lead were UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, 1,007.33 points. But today's wins, or today's medal positions, give you triple points, which is why we are seeing such ferocious competition from University of New South Wales, Leichhardt and UTS. They're all trying to outdo each other. We're getting some great racing as a result of it, though. A lot of fun. And our massive thanks to Bont for sponsoring that point score, and also for supporting our live stream here today. They are distributors of Bont rowing shoes, which are specialist shoes for rowing. They also make specialist shoes for cycling, but Bont Rowing focus on rowing. And they are also the distributors of the RP3, the Row Perfect 3, which is a fantastic ergo, I must say, with a dynamic head. So as you're rowing it, the head moves up and down, not like the Concept 2, which has got the fixed head. Certainly, I mean, I always think that if you want a really technical feel from your ergo, the RP3, and also if you've got a bad back, it's really good. It's far less hard on the lower back.
It is, yeah. A great machine, fantastic. And it was tried to be replicated there by Concept 2 with the sliders a number of years back, but
it's not quite the same, is it?
It wasn't quite the same. No, it was moving the whole machine instead of just the head. I agree with you there, Lizzie. I think the RP3 is a fantastic machine to row just for technical feedback. It's probably the closest you can get to getting on the water, I think.
Yeah, so fantastic that Bont are distributing that. So if you're interested in the RP3 rowing machine, then go and have a chat with Bont. They're at the top of the hill. So as you look to the water from the grandstand, they're to the left of the grandstand, so a bit further away from the finish tower. So go and have a chat with Kathleen Hextall, who we saw just racing in the para double just now, or Istvan Nemeth, the director of Bont Rowing, who's there at the tent.
Yeah, both very approachable people. They'd love to help you out with whatever you need.
I must say, RP3, there are a couple of Instagram accounts, but there's one in particular which is essentially people from the USA training on the RP3, but the video is, you can really see the technical excellence of those rowers.
Yeah, you can really tell the difference from those RP3 machines. They especially compared to the Concept 2, you just get some really, really sort of muscling it with the Concept 2, but with that RP3 you do get the technical advantage. And in just a second we will move to the medal presentation for the men's D grade quad scull.
The presentation of medals for the men's D grade quad scull. The medals are being presented by David Cameron, Olympian and member of the board of Rowing New South Wales. Bronze medalists, St George Rowing Club, Ayrton Grania Ramos, Glenn Shooter, Christopher Jones, and Alan Robertson. The crew is coached by Bruce Williams. Silver medalists, Penrith Rowing Club, Steve Hill, Magnus Butlin, Ian Randall, and Hugh MacDonald. Gold medalists and champions of our grade championships for 2023, St George Rowing Club, Matthew Giller, Robert Olivia, Tom Masterson, and James Hunt. The crew is coached by Mark Featherstone. Please congratulate all our medalists in the men's D grade quad scull.
Yeah, congratulations to that men's D grade quad scull medal recipients. We now move our attention to the men's B grade single scull. In lane 1, we have University of New South Wales Flynn Wilkinson, coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 2, from Black Mountain, we have Matthew Ricard. In lane 3 from Penrith, we have Bradley Moran, coxed by Lindsay Callahan. In lane 4 from Leichhardt 2, we have Juan Guimarães, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 5 from UTS, we have Matisse Ferrer, coached by Elliot Shadcloth Bertinelli. In lane 6 from Penrith, we have Liam Taylor, coached by Lindsay Callahan. In lane 7 from Newcastle, we have Remy Keats. And in lane 8 from Glebe, we have Carter Clifton. Young Maddie here from UTS is, I believe, just here for another couple of months.
Oh, right.
But does really doing a fantastic job. He's quite a good lightweight. He's on his mission to break 6:30 on the ergo. So
good luck to him.
How he goes.
That's massive. Yeah.
He's a small man. He's probably 68
lightweight,
kilos.
isn't he?
He's a lightweight, and he does it very easily. I gave him a lift out this morning, but a very nice man.
So it'll be a shame. It's been great having him here. He's been here two seasons, has he?
He's only been here one, but he's it feels like two. He's got a presence. So
he certainly has. So we will miss him, but we wish him well. Hopefully he'll look back at the live stream to have a look at how he went. And we wish you well, Matisse. It's been great having you as part of our community here in New South Wales, and hope you've loved your time in Australia. And if there are people beaming in from overseas and you decide to come to New South Wales to row, let us know, because we're always really interested to hear your history and to welcome you on board.
Yep, it's always good to add new members to the New South Wales rowing family, isn't it? And it looks like at the moment in this singles race, I believe that was Penrith or Black Mountain that were out in front. I might be wrong there, but looked like it was one of the fast scullers. Maybe that was Leichhardt even.
So we were mentioning, weren't we? We've got Liam Taylor from Penrith in lane 6 and Bradley Moran from Penrith in lane 3. And as is the case, moving from the teen years to the 20s, suddenly seem all grown up and very fast. Yeah.
They do. We were talking about this just earlier. Some of these, some of the scullers that we get used to being, young, under 17, almost children, they become adults, and they're really pressuring some of the senior athletes. So we had the Penrith double there, we were just talking about earlier, Lizzie, doing a great job down the course in the men's B grade double scull, really pressuring some of these elite clubs, and Penrith Rowing Club doing a fantastic job this regatta. We've seen some really good results from them.
Yeah, they've had a great season, and Liam Taylor and Madison Joins went over to the National Championships in Perth recently and had some good races there too. But in the lead right now is Juan Guimarães from Leichhardt Rowing Club, coached by Steve Sherry. So I believe we're talking about a Masters rower, albeit a very young Masters rower. And it looks as though sitting in second place is Matisse Ferrier from UTS. So I think Juan might be Brazilian, certainly South American, and he is leading by just over a length over Matisse. And then sitting in third position is Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club, coached by Lindsay Callahan. Sitting in fourth from lane 7, Remy Keats from Newcastle, who again was racing at the Nationals in the double scull and the single and did fairly well. And then it's across to Matthew Rickard from Black Mountain.
Yeah, some good racing there, and it looked like Matisse there just had his rate of striking up quite a bit, but he's just not quite a match there for Juan Guimarães' power. He's quite a strong man, and you can see he's really pressuring Matisse. It looks like he's just getting a little bit more strength through the stroke there, whereas Matisse is probably getting a couple more strokes in per minute.
It's quite interesting. The wind has really lifted, hasn't it? And it's quite a strong tailwind now, so not always the easiest of conditions to master, especially when you're in a single scull. Can't really get that feeling of the send at the finish when you've got a tailwind, can you?
Yeah, no, well said. It's often the case that with that tailwind, you lose a little bit of your balance and composure. It does get a little bit quicker for all scullers, but the feeling of having a balanced boat is a lot harder to get in that tailwind, whereas a headwind will be slower and a little bit harder to muscle through, but the boat will be a little bit more stable, almost like you're going a little bit quicker, like a bike that's going 1 kilometre an hour compared to a bike that's going 10 kilometres an hour from that extra water going past your boat, almost like just balancing standing still. So it looks at this point like that Leichhardt sculler is doing a fantastic job in this tailwind to just be very technical, to not slow the boat down and just let the boat use that wind as much as possible. Looks like Matisse there is
I
just...
think he's caught
him a
clawed
little
back
bit.
quarter of the length, hasn't he?
It will be a very good race to watch this one. If you're not at the grandstand already, it looks like Matisse, the sculler from UTS, is bringing the fight over to Juan Gameres from Leichhardt Rowing Club.
And then sitting just in third place is Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club, having an excellent race after his experience in really choppy conditions over there at Champion Lakes in Perth. And just behind him, Remy Keats from Newcastle, doing a great job.
Yeah, and looking at this fight, this real David and Goliath fight here, Lizzie, it is fantastic to see, because as we did see and talk about earlier, we've got the very close UTS Leichhardt Rowing Club point score. So this one is for the point score, and very certainly last year, I believe it was Lake Macquarie that won by 1 point, I think. So, you know, these races really do count. And Matisse Ferrer just raising his rate of striking. He is a smaller athlete, but he does like to rate quite a lot, and it looks like he's just broken through the Leichhardt sculler there. Perhaps, maybe I'm being biased, so I won't call it too soon.
Oh, I think you're right, and I think the Leichhardt sculler is responding by shortening up a little, and Matisse, though, really powering it down now along with that raise in rate. Yeah,
Matisse really taking it to him now. You can see he's raised that rate. He's really going for it. He's not leaving anything out there. He was behind there for that first 17.50 of this 2 kilometre race, and now he's put about a length into that Leichhardt sculler. The Leichhardt sculler now also being pushed by lane 6 Penrith Rowing Club. So Juan Gameres really having this fight brought to him from a very powerful first section of the race. Yes. This race will be won by UTS's Matisse Ferrer.
Fantastic finish.
On second place, I believe, the Leichhardt sculler there.
Yes.
Just running out of gas a little bit at the end, but he will maintain second place.
And an excellent scull from Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club to complete his season. And then also for Remy Keats of Newcastle, very impressive sculling at both the Nationals and today at the Grade Championships. And then 5th, University of New South Wales, Flynn Wilkinson. 6th, Penrith Rowing Club's Bradley Moran. 7th will be Black Mountain's Matthew Rickard. And we don't seem to... Yes, here we do. Carter Clifton coming in 8th position, representing Glebe Rowing Club. Getting the points, and that's important.
That's what it's all about in this grade regatta, I believe, with the triple points, and finalising the field in lane 8 here is Glebe Rowing Club, Carter Clifton.
So that was a 2,000 metre race, and Matisse Ferrier from UTS won it in a time of 7 minutes 22.08. Leichhardt Rowing Club's Juan Guimares was second in it with a margin of 5.74, and then Penrith Rowing Club's Liam Taylor took bronze with the margin of 1.37. We invite those 3 scullers to come to the podium to collect their medals. 4th, Newcastle Remy Keats. 5th, University of New South Wales Flynn Wilkinson. 6th, Penrith Rowing Club Bradley Moran. 7th, Black Mountain Matt Rickard, and 8th, Glebe Carter Clifton.
Thanks, Lizzie, and as we see now on our Bont Rowing live stream, as we do wait for those scullers to come over to the medal presentation, we have the lineup for the men's A-grade single scull. In lane 4, my apologies, from UTS, we have Marcus Delamata. In lane 5 from Newcastle, Ben Homer. And in lane 6 from University of Technology, Sydney, the great Mitchell Caponis, who did leave his rigger at the shed.
So how's he managed to enter the race?
Oh, well, it looks like he hasn't. It looks like it's a 2-horse race.
Earlier.
Oh no, here he comes. He's a late arrival.
He's borrowed a boat.
He's run home. He's gotten his rigger and he's run back, I'm sure, knowing Mitchell. So so it looks like he will be hopefully awarded a yellow card. We can't allow him too many liberties. We've got to keep him honest, young Mitchell. So Mitch Caponis here lining up. My apologies, that's lane 4. That's the great Marcus Delamata.
I was going to say, and also that's not the hair of Mitch Caponis.
No, it's not the wavy locks of Mitch
definitely
Caponis.
Need a yellow card for Marcus Delamata.
100%. We do. Yeah, we can't have Rowing New South Wales.
So, folks, the reason we are saying that is that he is employed by Rowing New South Wales as well as being...
He is hand up, he apologises, and rightfully so.
What a wonderful man he is. But also a bit of a hero because he does represent Australia in coastal rowing. He's really taken to this new discipline in our international repertoire of rowing events. And has represented Australia a few times now, as well as medalling at the Nationals. Coached by Elliot Shackloff-Bertonetti, the coach there at UTS Haberfield, and representing the Commonwealth Regatta in, now, I said Zambia, it was Namibia, wasn't it?
It was
yes,
Namibia, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We see them lined up on the start now. A very quick start there from Mitch Kaponis in lane 6.
Almost jumping the start there will keep him honest as well with his infamous Justin Bieber hat, which he wears all the time. He loves it. So it looks like he's had a little bit of steering issues, but not as much as Marcus Delamata. And the Newcastle sculler Ben Homer.
Another one of our commentating friends.
He is. So he's got a great course compared to the two UTS scullers who both veered off just a touch there. They've seen the danger and fixed what they need to fix. But a great vision there in our Bont rowing live stream, isn't it, Lizzie?
Yes, fantastic. Really good. And when they lift the... Oh, sorry, and we're going to go to some medal presentations. So the presentation of medals now for the men's B grade single scull, with the medals being presented by Olympian David Cameron. Third and bronze medalist representing Penrith Rowing Club, Liam Taylor. Liam is coached by Lindsay Callahan. Second and silver medalist representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Juan Guimeres. Juan is coached by Steve Sherry. And gold medalist, national champion for 2023, representing UTS Haberfield, Matisse Ferrier. Matisse is coached by Elliot Shackloff-Bertonetti. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's B grade single scull.
Thanks, Lizzie. And through the 500, at this point, it looks like it is Marcus Delamata, who, as you said, has been doing some fantastic stuff in this single scull. So probably expected that he is leading this race through the 500, just a little bit there over Mitchell Kaponis, who has then just got a small lead over Ben Homer. So quite a good field here, this men's A-grade single. Not quite strong in numbers, but definitely strong in competition, and as I've just been informed by Lizzie, they've all national competitors, all doing quite well. So we'll see how they go as they come through this 1,000-metre mark. It looks like there's a nice bit of spacing between them all, but definitely they won't be leaving anything out there. And at this point in the race, Lizzie, it looks like it's a fairly commanding lead there for Marcus Delamata. It looks like he has quite a number of lengths there off Mitchell Caponis, who has about a length and a half probably off Ben Homer. So quite a spread out field. Definitely not scullers to underestimate any of these scullers in this race. As previously stated, they are very, very competent, but Marcus Delamata just rising to the top, leading the field, as it looks like he's, I was going to say he's taken the rate down, but it looks like he's still racing this one here, Lizzie. It looks like he's having a crack as we come through the 1,500 metre mark. Mitchell Caponis looks like he might have just taken that rate down a little bit, though.
And I think this concludes, I presume it's conclusion, the season for Marcus Delamata. It's been a great season, really. His first season at open level. So he was under 23 last year and went to the World Championships in an under 23 crew. But this year he's too old for that. So he's stepped up into the open category and done very well indeed. He won the B final at the National Championships in the single scull. He got a bronze medal in the open double scull, I think, and he got a gold medal in the open quad scull. So he did very well indeed at the National Championships. And Mitch, also from UTS, who's currently sitting in second place, is still in the under 23 age category, and he also won a gold in the quad scull, but in the under 23 age category.
He did, and some fantastic racing there in that 23 quad scull there. I think they won by about 6 seconds or so, which is very, very impressive at Nationals. And he was with the great Paddy Burke, the closest man to Ted Lasso we have in rowing New South Wales. He's a real character and a very, very tough competitor, as we saw, I think, in his single race in the semi-final that everyone was talking about, as he gained about 6 seconds in the last 500 metres.
Yeah, pretty amazing. And our final sculler is Ben Homer, who does commentary with us all and was one of the commentators at the Nationals, but also raced in the in the club double scull, where I think he placed fourth. The clubble, yes.
Clubble, yeah.
So great win for Marcus Delamata there to take out the men's A-grade single scull.
And Mitchell Caponis going for a big wind here at the end in the last 100 metres, as you see, there's the red boy, and Ben Homer. As Mitch just
nearly lost his rigger there. Yes,
he's oar
punches
is
the air.
wrong way. I think he's right oar. Has he figured it out? Yeah, he has. Well done, Mitchell. Very good. And Ben Homer there in his last 100 metres, taking that race, just finalising that field.
And again, a great season for him. It's good to see him back sculling again after being away a lot with all of his commentary work for the ABC across various different sports. But we're loving having him. He'll be up here later, folks, so you'll hear the golden tones of Ben Homer, ABC sports commentator.
Oh, I can't wait.
This afternoon.
Sounds fantastic.
That time for Marcus Delamata winning the men's A-grade single scull was 7 minutes 23.73. I think we probably should point out to Marcus that Matisse Ferrier was faster than him, winning the B-grade single, but
he will hate
Matisse
that,
was under a little bit more pressure.
There you go.
That's why I said it.
Young Maddie, you can see that and be happy you've beaten in the real David and Goliath fight. Young 68 kilo Matisse Ferrier has beaten more than 68 kilos Marcus Delamata.
So some great footage there. That must be from the stern of the bows of the umpire's launch, I think, where we have a camera. A lovely picture there of the bridge at the 750 metre mark, which is where the training lake opens out into the competition lake. So what you're seeing there are the crews that are lining up, getting ready for their race and coming through onto the competition lake. So that's a really lovely picture. You don't often get that perspective, do you? Especially if you're a rower.
Yeah, no, you really don't. And that's fantastic. It is good. They've got a lot more of those now. Those real close-up action shots.
Yes, and lots of kudos to John Meeking, who is up at the top of the finish tower here, coordinating all of the sound and vision, and whose idea it is, whose vision it is, literally, to have things like cameras on the umpires' boats and cameras around the grounds, plus the drone footage, which just gives us such a wonderful experience, especially if you can't be here to see it live. So we can see there we've got think it's the coxless pairs for race number 38 coming onto the start now, but underway is the straight final in the women's B grade coxless 4. We have crew from Leichhardt in lane 4, a crew from the University of New South Wales in lane 5, and a crew from UTS in lane 6. The Leichhardt crew in lane 4 is Judith Oos, Taryn Inns, Nikki Lepresti and India Evans. They are coached by Steve Sherry. The University of New South Wales crew is Lisa Matthews in the bow, Elizabeth Raffin at 2, Caitlin Mulqueeny at 3 and Isabella Niven at stroke. They are coached by Chris Burns. And the UTS crew, Paige Critchlow at bow, Jessica Salmon at 2, Grace Burke at 3 and Lila Anderton at stroke. And they are coached by the women's coach at UTS Haberfield, Katie Healy.
Thanks, Lizzie. And very quickly, I'll move our attention just before that that race comes down to the men's A-grade single scull medal presentation. And in second place from UTS, we have Mitchell Caponis, coached by Elliot Shadecloth Bertnetti. And in first place, also from UTS, Marcus Delamata, also coached by Elliot Shadecloth Bertnetti. Please join me in congratulating all of the medal recipients of the men's A-grade single scull.
Lots of points for UTS from that one.
Yep, very, very good to see from them.
Nice
pose
pictures,
there.
nice posing.
Lovely. Very handsome.
Ladies and gentlemen, here at the Regatta Centre, we have had a telephone handed in. It is in a leather case, Super Shield case. If it is it has a gift card inside it, and it's obviously locked, so we're not able to find out whose phone it is. But if you are missing, if you could please check and see whether you are missing your phone. So I can't tell what model that is, but a small model. It's very similar to mine, and I've got an iPhone 12 mini. So I think it's an iPhone 12 mini, and oh yeah, it's got a button on it. So yeah, you're quite right. So yes. So if you are missing an iPhone, if you could please come to the bottom of the finish tower and let us know. So our B grade coxless 4 coming to the conclusion of the race, just coming into the last 500 metres, and in the lead is the crew from Leichhardt that is being stroked by India Evans. And the second is the crew from UTS, and I just wanted to mention and congratulate Katie Healy, the coach of the UTS crew, who's just been selected into the under-21 team. I think that's her first stint as a coach in a representative team, so really proud of her. Congratulations, Katie, that's fabulous news, and we wish you well for your international coaching career.
Thank you, Lizzie, and it's a win for Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 4. Judith Eyes, Taryn Innes, Nikki Lepresti and India Evans. They coach Steve Sherry. Second place goes the way of UTS Rowing Club, Paige Critchlow, Jess Salmon, Grace Burke and Lila Anderton. To finish this race will be the University of New South Wales crew, Lisa Matthews, Elizabeth Raffin, Caitlin Mulqueeny and Isabella Niven.
Yeah, these guys are just going round and round in a quest to improve the number of points that University of New South Wales have in the point score. But I must say some really impressive rowing and sculling coming from these guys, particularly Caitlin Mulqueeny and Elizabeth Raffin, who Caitlin in particular in her first year of rowing. So welcome to the sport of rowing, Caitlin. Great to have you here, and great to see that 4 out there, to see the real increase in strength of University of New South Wales over the last couple of years. It's fabulous. Absolutely,
and they've always got a strong, the strongest contingent of the year, often at the Trickett Regatta. So a really great thing to see so many UNSW Zoodies around the boat park.
Sure is. Our next race is the final of the women's C-grade coxless pair. We've got a crew from the University of New South Wales in lane 1, Charlotte Stanwicks and Anna Ristic, coached by Chris Burns. A crew from Leichhardt in lane 2, Ciara Ortolani and Josephine Egan, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Dua Kalantar. In lane 3, we have the Lake Macquarie pair of Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald, coached by Odin McIntosh. In lane 4 from the Australian National University, Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower, coached by Edward Bien. In lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, Nikki Greenland and Megan Chen, coached by Alec Hodges. In lane 6 from UTS, Holly Garner and Annabelle Fuller, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 7 from Glebe Rowing Club, Heidi Lindell and Belindy Rowe. And in lane 8 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, their captain Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga, coached by Steve Sherry. And thank you. We've found the owner of the phone, but that has reminded us that we do need bow numbers back. So if we could please help Julia, who's masterminding all the bow numbers downstairs, bring your bow numbers back to the finish tower, we'd be most grateful. And they're almost into the last 100 metres in this final of the women's C grade Coxless 4. And it really is a blanket finish. It's very hard to pick out who the winners really are. Once again, Leichhardt having plenty of people in the race, and the captain Daniel Bourget with her pairs partner Jennifer Zonga in lane 8, making really good progress. And then across to the crew from ANU with Lizzie Blower and Sarah Connor in lane 4.
That Lake Macquarie crew as well, Lizzie in lane 3 looking strong. That's Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. They've probably got half a boat length ahead of Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower from the Australian National University, but don't count out Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga of Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 8, and they're lifting their rate of striking, and they're being pushed along by this tail breeze in the final 50 metres or so, and they are finishing very strongly indeed. Question is it going to be too late? Has Lake Macquarie done enough to hang on to the victory? I think they have. They're just going to take their last couple of strokes, and it'll be a win for Lake Macquarie in the women's C-grade Coxless pair. Second place is going to be so close between ANU. I think Leichhardt snatches it at the very last moment. Fourth place goes to UTS. Fifth place goes to Canberra. Sixth place, a very fast finishing Leichhardt, followed by NSW and Glebe. Well, that's a really close race, Lizzie.
It certainly was, and although it's C grade, it's also Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt are both masters rowers of fine repute and representing New South Wales as well. But win there for Lake Macquarie in the C grade women's coxless pair. Second, Leichhardt, Borgert and Zonga. And third was ANU, Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower. Just missing out on the medals, Holly Garner and Annabelle Fuller of UTS, fifth Canberra. Sixth, Leichhardt, Ortolani and Egan. Seventh, University of New South Wales, Stanwix and Ristic. And eighth, Glebe. We move to the presentation of medals. And it's the presentation of medals for the women's B grade coxless 4. The medals presented by David Cameron, Olympian and member of the board of Rowing New South Wales, to our champions for 2023, Leichhardt Rowing Club. Judith Oos, Taryn Inns, Nikki Lepresti, and India Evans. The crew is coached by Steve Sherry. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our champions in the B grade coxless 4, Leichhardt Rowing Club.
Thank you, Lizzie. And on the course now is race 39, the men's C grade single scull final. So plenty of familiar names in this lot. In lane 1, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, is Richard Medway. He's coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 2, representing Canberra Rowing Club, Jaden Peters, coached by Jeffrey Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 3, from Black Mountain Rowing Club, is Ian Mongan. In lane 4, from St George, Lachlan Dunn, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 5, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Alexander Deutsch. In lane 6, from Glebe Rowing Club, Brad Smith. In lane 7, also from Glebe, Andy Wigan. And finally, in lane 8, representing Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, is Jeremy Smith. Coming into the final stages now is the men's C-grade single scull final. And at this stage, it looks as though it's the Black Mountain sculler, Ian Mongan, who's in the lead, looking very tidy indeed. The race for second, though, is pretty tight indeed, and it's going to be between Richard Medway from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Jaden Peters from Canberra, Alexander Deutsch from Mossman, and also Brad Smith from Glebe Rowing Club, and that's all pretty tight. But not much doubt about our race leader, It's going to be Ian Mongan from Black Mountain that claims the title in 2023 in the men's C-grade single scull. So it's a win for Black Mountain. Second place goes the way of lane 7. That's Andy Wigan from Glebe Rowing Club. Third to Alexander Deutsch from Mossman. Well, that's really close for fourth, but I think it just went the way of Richard Medway from Leichhardt Rowing Club, followed by Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie. Fifth place. Sixth to Jaden Peters from Canberra Rowing Club. Seventh to Brad Smith from Glebe Rowing Club.
So just confirming the results then, a win in the men's C-grade single scull for Ian Mongan of Black Mountain. The silver medal will go to Andy Wigan from Glebe Rowing Club and the bronze to Alexander Deutsch from Mossman Rowing Club. And we invite all, those are provisional results, they are just being checked, but we'd invite those scullers to come across to the medal rostrum. Fourth, Richard Medway from Leichhardt. Fifth, Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie. Sixth, Jaden Peters from Canberra. Seventh, Brad Smith from Glebe. And eighth, Lachlan. And we're not sure about Lachlan Dunn, so possibly did not finish. And the winning time for Ian Mongan, 3 minutes 38.04 provisionally, so a good preparation for him then for the upcoming New South Wales State Masters Championships. So, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the women's C-grade Coxless 4, and we believe that the gold medalists, Leichhardt, have had to row round because they've got another race. So let's present the medals. In third place and bronze medal, representing ANU, Sarah Connor and Elizabeth Blower. The crew is coached by Edward Bien. As I mentioned, the silver medalists representing Leichhardt were Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga, coached by Steve Sherry, and our gold medalists and champions for 2023, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Kirsten Berry and Trudy MacDonald. The crew was coached by Odin McIntosh. Please congratulate our medalists in the women's C-grade Coxless pair. So the next race on the course will be the final of the women's D-grade double scull. In lane 1, Glebe Rowing Club, Elizabeth Dorian and Julia Vichkoviskaya. In lane 2 from Glebe Rowing Club, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland, coached by Milan Parker. In lane 3 from the University of New South Wales, I'm really surprised if they've managed to get back there that quickly, but it's Elizabeth Raffin and Caitlin Mulqueeny from the University of New South Wales, coached by Chris Burns. They've just been in the 4. In lane 4 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Lily Smith and Freya Warner-Van Dyke, coached by Sarah Ellis. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh and Samantha Backler, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 6 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Bianca Riley and Ashley Lister. In lane 7 from Newcastle Rowing Club, Charlotte Holford and Asher Olsen, coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders. In lane 8 from Drummoyne, Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox. And in lane 9 from ANU, Talia McLaurin and Holly Kilmartin, coached by Edward Bien. And welcome to the commentary team, Ben Homer, fresh from your race against UTS in the A single.
Well, can I just say, it's good that UTS are at this regatta, because otherwise we wouldn't have had anyone to race against. So
Good point. Good point.
it's always slim pickings in the A single and double. So yeah, tough day of racing today, but nice water compared to what we had over in Perth. To be fair,
I think
it was good to have
John
flight
would
water.
agree with you there. Yep.
But this is an interesting one because women's D grade double, Newcastle actually have a crew, and this is a couple of young guns from Newcastle. First opportunity at this regatta, so this should be good to see how Charlotte Holford and Asher Olsen go. It's sort of a few of the young brigade coming through at Newcastle. We don't have a massive junior program because we're not part of Hunter Valley Grammar or Newcastle Grammar. They have the bigger programs in the Hunter, but we have a few coming through from the public schools in Newcastle, which is always awesome, and a few of the private schools that aren't rowing schools. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how they go in this one. But
so they're juniors, and I think Stella Moore and Patricia Boland at Glebe Rowing Club, coached by Milan Parker, might be juniors too. But we've certainly also got a fair smattering of masters. So,
getting prepared for the Masters in about a month's time. So,
exactly right. Yes. Now down, we look as though we're almost ready for another medal presentation. Yes, we are. So let's move to the presentation of medals for that fast and furious finish there in the men's C grade single scull. And the medals are being presented by Marcus Delamata, Australian under-23 and coastal rowing representative and medalist. The bronze medalist representing Mossman Rowing Club, Alexander Deutsch. The silver medalist representing Glebe Rowing Club, Andy Wigan. Gold medalist and champion for 2023, representing Black Mountain, Ian Mongan. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's C grade single scull.
alrighty, so this women's D grade double scull currently on the course, and they've got about 500 metres to travel. So Glebe in the lane 1 and lane 2, Uni of Newcastle in 3, Drummoyne in 4, Uni of New South Wales in 5. Did I say Uni of Newcastle in 3? Uni of New South Wales in 3. Sorry about that. Newcastle on my mind. Drummoyne in 6, Newcastle in 7. Drummoyne also in 8, and ANU, Stuart John's going to be sitting in the seat. He's going to be excited. They're in lane 9. So we can see there are the splits for the 500 here in the women's D double final. And you can see the ANU crew coming through there. But in front at this point, it looks to be the Drummoyne crew who are in lane 6. That's Bianca Riley and also Ashley Lister.
Ben, is that a little bit like Georgia on my mind? So I've got Newcastle on my mind.
Well, you could say that, Stuart. Interesting to note. How many times does he say Georgia in the song, Vance Joy? That's a quiz question that I'll answer at the end of this race and see how you go. But Drummoyne in front, Then across the course, there's also the other Drummoyne crew looks to be in the silver medal position. Through the middle of the course, Uni of New South Wales in bronze. There's also a good run being made by the Glebe crew in lane 2. That's Stella Moore and Patricia Boland. But it's Drummoyne in the gold and silver positions here in the women's D grade double. Newcastle may be back in 5th or 6th. And you can see the Glebe crew in lane 1. They're going to have to pick it up, and also the Uni of New South Wales crew in lane 3.
Yeah, nice little mix that we've got across here, but certainly Drummoyne and Drummoyne, our 2 leaders, going into the final 250 metre mark. We've got Glebe over in lane 2, sitting in 3rd place at the moment, and they're being pushed hard by their club mates from Glebe over in lane 1, and then back to the University of New South Wales over in lane 5, sitting just off the pace in 5th place. As they're in now to the last 150 metres, we've seen Drummoyne and Drummoyne, but here comes Glebe. Are they able to do enough to be able to stop the 1 and 2 going to the green and gold of the Drummoyne Rowing Club? You can see them upping the rate now, really giving it a bit of a push. It's the women's D double sculls. It's Glebe, it's Drummoyne, out in front. Lane 6, Bianca Riley, Ashley Lister leading Lily Smith and Freya Warner Van Dyke. It is, though, with a couple of big strokes left to go. It's going to be Drummoyne. It's going to be Drummoyne 1. Drummoyne coming in second. The battle for third. We've got a big push from the University of New South Wales, but they just ran out of space. It's Glebe in third. University of New South Wales coming through in 4th. Glebe in 5th. ANU in 6th. A good row there from Talia McLaren and Holly Kilmartin. And then back then to Newcastle in 7th. Drummoyne in 8th and the University of New South Wales in 9th. Some very common themes going on there. Drummoyne, University of New South Wales and Glebe. But Drummoyne, lane 6 in 1st place. That's Bianca Riley and Ashley Lister. 2nd place, Drummoyne, Lily Smith and Freya Warner Van Dyke. And 3rd going to Glebe, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland.
So congratulations to our gold, silver and medalists in that women's D double. You can see on screen right now, this is a race just getting underway now. It's the men's D grade Coxed 4, Drummoyne in 2, Glebe in 3, Uni of New South Wales in 4, St George in 5, Black Mountain in 6, Nepean 7, Uni of New South Wales in lane 8 in this final. And this is going to be the 3rd last race of the day, Stuart.
Yeah, not long to go now. So the men's D-grade Cox 4, the crew from Drummoyne in lane 2, Matthew Rimbo, David Dowse, Nathaniel Lawson, Jack Park, Gabby Angus is the coxswain. Lane 3 from Glebe, Stephen Caldwell, Mark McCown, Robert Fendel, Kenneth Major and Ian Beera is the coxswain. Lane 4 from the University of New South Wales, David Lees, Matthew Bayfield, Warwick Fisher, William Moyes and Angela Zheng. In lane 5 from St George, James Hunt, Tom Masterton, Rory Cole, Byron Matheson, Lily Featherston is the coxswain. Lane 6 from Black Mountain, Ben Ricard, Alistair Bridgewater, Mark Partridge, Peter Scott, Sophia Porchett is the coxswain. Lane 7 from Nepean, Dhruv Patil, Alex Vella, Ezekiel Pratt, Oscar Parsons and James Baker. And lane 8 from the University of New South Wales, Anthony Ball, Fraser Wilson, Scott Purves, Harry O'Donnell and Georgina Browning is the coxswain. So Black Mountain looking like they might just have their bow balls out in front at the moment, coming through the first 500 metres, but not much between them. The St George crew in lane number 5, and then we've got people on either end, University of New South Wales lane 8 and Drummoyne over in lane 2, also pushing hard as we just see the footage here coming from the camera mounted on the front of the BRO boat that's following these rowers down the course. So you can see there the conditions just getting a little bit rougher at the moment, and as Ben mentioned earlier, a lot better than what they were over in Perth.
Well, the only similarity I can see here, Stuart, is the fact that the crews on this near side, on the grandstand side, are leading, because that was usually the case over in Perth, as we see Uni of New South Wales just in front here of Black Mountain, back in 3rd place St George, and then there's a serious issue here for the Uni of New South Wales crew. They have just veered across the course. Absolute chaos here in the D-grade Cox 4. So they were in a medal position, and now you'd probably say they're going to be ruled out of this. They're in the same lane here as Black Mountain, who are now in pole position to win the gold medal. Well, they're veering back to their own lane here, Uni of New South Wales. Let's see if they can go basically around the country and claim a gold medal in this men's D-grade Cox 4. Black Mountain in front, just in front of St George. Uni of New South Wales, they're getting back across to their lane. They've veered across in front of Nepean, but they are now back in lane 8. Black Mountain leading from St George, then a run coming from Glebe on the far side, also Drummoyne. You can see the lift coming from Drummoyne. You can also see Uni of New South Wales, who veered into the middle of the course. They're trying to get on the podium here. It would be quite an incredible bronze medal if they could claim it, but it's Black Mountain still in front. St George are coming at them. Glebe and Drummoyne in third and fourth. Uni of New South Wales also battling for the bronze medal, but it is Black Mountain leading out St George here with 50 metres to travel. It will be Black Mountain who are going to hold on from St George. Who's going to get bronze though? Is Uni of New South Wales going to claim a miraculous bronze medal? It's going to be really, really tight. They're just going to miss out. Just going to miss out to Drummoyne. I tell you what, if they didn't go into lane 6, they probably would have won the race, Uni of New South Wales, and that's going to be heartbreaking for them. But have you ever seen anything like that, Stuart?
That is one of the more unusual ways of getting from A to B down a course. We did see it at New South Wales Championships, though. There was a Melbourne University crew that basically did a big S down the course, which was unusual to see at that kind of level. So it can happen to anyone, but certainly that University of New South Wales crew, unfortunately, not quite the straightest line from woe to go. But a good win there for the guys from Black Mountain, from the ACT, Ben Ricard, Alistair Bridgewater, Mark Partridge, Peter Scott and Sophia Porchett as the coxswain beating out St George, and then Drummoyne just holding on for that bronze medal from the University of New South Wales, 0.65 of a second. Absolutely nothing in it.
What a race. What a race that was. You won't forget that one in a while. Wow. So, men's D grade Cox 4. There is the unofficial results on screen. And they're going to get their medals very, very shortly. And we're going to have a presentation very soon for the women's D grade double, which is on the way. But I'll just go through the crews in this men's B grade quad, which is going to get underway very, very soon. Actually, I think we're a fair while away from that. We've got a big break, 3:28, the men's B grade quad, and then women's B grade 8 to finish, Stuart. So we're going to have fun padding for 20 minutes now. Actually, while we're waiting for this presentation, how many times does Vance join the song Georgia say Georgia?
I have no idea.
Okay.
23?
No, only once.
Only once?
Only once, yes. I know, it's
There you go.
interesting. It's very interesting. I've obviously had too much time on my hands and had to listen, because I was just thinking about the lyrics and wondering. Alrighty, we're just waiting here for the presentation of medals for the women's D grade double. All right, presentation of medals for the women's D grade double scull. Bronze medalists from Glebe, Stella Moore and Patricia Boland, coached by Millen Parker. Silver medalists from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Lily Smith and Freya Warner Van Dyke, coached by Sarah Ellis. And gold medalists and champions in the women's D grade double scull from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Bianca Riley and Ashley Lister, coached by Sarah Ellis. Please congratulate our medalists and champions in the women's D grade double scull.
Presentation of medals now for the men's D grade Coxed 4. Medals will be presented by Marcus Delamata. In third place and bronze medalists representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Matthew Rimbo, David Doust, Nathaniel Lawson, Jack Park and Gabby Angus. In second place and silver medalists representing St George Rowing Club, James Hunt, Tom Masterton, Rory Cole, Byron Matheson and Lily Featherston. And the winners and Trickett champions for 2023, Black Mountain Rowing Club. Crew of Ben Ricard, Alistair Bridgewater, Mark Partridge, Peter Scott and Sophia Porchett. Please congratulate our 2023 champions and medalists.
So the men's B grade quad scull. Sorry if I've awoken you from an afternoon nap. Apologies. Men's B grade quad scull on the course. Penultimate race of the first day of the Edward Trickett Grade Championships. ANU in lane 1, Canberra in 2, Uni of New South Wales in 3, UTS in 4, ANU in 5, Uni of New South Wales 6, Glebe in 7, UTS in lane 8. So ANU in 1, Ishan Shalika, Jonathan Adams, Klim Soutman, Max Reardon, coached by Dern Grant and Will Hatcher. Canberra in 2, Austin Benny, Angus Scott, Alex Tomanovitz and James Waldersey, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. Uni of New South Wales in 3, Jack Clements, Flynn Wilkinson, Roston Johnston and Frederick Leroyd, coached by Cameron Butler. Then we've got Zink Bosco, Ryan Gibson, Peter Waldersey and Jack Henderson in lane 5, coached by Elliot Chatcloth Bertinetti. In 5, ANU, Alexander Migdalius, Tim Artelaris, Samuel Harrapin, Mackley Stalker, coached by Dern Grant and Will Hatcher. In lane 6, Uni of New South Wales, Zach Partridge, Drago Lambert, Daniel Morris and Michael Pickford, coached by Cameron Butler. In 7, Glebe, Carter Clifton, William Henry, Henry Leaf and Brad Smith. And in 8, UTS, Nick Mather, James Scott Brown, Max Collier, Chris Thompson, coached by Elliot Chatcloth Bertinetti. So we've got a couple of ANU boats in this, Stuart. And we can see on screen those crews coming through the 500 metres. Tell us a little bit about the two crews from your neck of the woods.
Yeah, look, so the ANU crew in lane number 1, predominantly a lightweight crew, Ishan Shalika, Jono Adams, Kim Soutsman and Max Reardon. So Max Reardon is the brother of Anika Reardon, who's over at the Women's NTC, the Paddling Panthers. So all the Reardons have moved up from Tasmania, made their way into Canberra, and then obviously Anika's gone on to bigger and better things. And I think their sister Lily is currently studying to become a doctor. So she's not doing the rowing at the moment, obviously the university work taking up a bit of time there. And then Alexander Migdalius, Tim Artelaris, Sam Harrop and Max Stalker, more of a heavyweight quad. So there'll be a nice little battle between the lighties and the heavies internally with that, and also a little bit of battle, obviously, with the other crew from Canberra, Austin Benny, Angus Scott, Alex Tomanovitz and James Waldersey. So James Waldersey, obviously a pretty common name up here at New South Wales Regattas, rode for UTS for a number of years, originally out at Balmain. Alex Tomanovitz, I believe his grandfather may have been a famous rower back in the day. I don't have the other phone with that information on it, but certainly, you know, there'll be a lot of rivalry between the three ANU crews that are out there. Alex Tomanovitz, also a medalist at Nationals in the under-21 lightweight double scull, along with, I believe it was Ben Ricard from Black Mountain. Matt Ricard, one of the two.
Well, you can see that UTS crew, pretty strong crew, that one, isn't it? Zink Bosco, Ryan Gibson, Peter Waldersey, Jack Henderson, well out in front at the moment. Canberra and Uni of New South Wales sort of looking to be in those silver and bronze medal positions as they come into view inside the last 1,000 metres. Remember, it's all up for grabs here, gold, silver and bronze. 8 crews in this final. And then we've got the women's B grade 8, which is going to come down the course next to finish off today. Finish off a big day one of racing in the Edward Trickett New South Wales Grade Championships. And it's great to be back this year, because last year it didn't go ahead because of the Nepean River was a bit too high with all the rainfall, and the year before that was at the Nepean River, and the year before that, I think that was COVID. So 2019 was the last time we were actually here for the Grade Championships.
It's amazing to think, isn't it, that next year we're going to have the Australian Rowing Championships here in Sydney for the first time since 2019. So there's certainly, it's been a long time between drinks for a lot of these ones. So it is fantastic to be here, and I know that a lot of the guys, we've got quite a few people from ANU that have, it's their first time coming up to Cirque. A few of them have only been rowing for, I think we've got one lass, Erin, who started rowing in October, and she's rowing here at Cirque. So it's a great opportunity for everyone really to get out on an Olympic course, you know, to have a look. Fully buoyed, which is always lovely, instead of having 2 lanes not being completely buoyed. But yeah, so it's a lovely regatta to come up to, a nice little away trip. UTS out in the lead through the final 500 metres. That's crew of Zinc Bosco, Ryan Gibson, Peter Waldersee and Jack Henderson. They are leading the Canberra Rowing Club crew, Austin Benny, Angus Scott, Alex Tomanovitz and James Waldersee. So plenty of banter in the Waldersee family, you would imagine. And then back a little bit further, we've got UTS in lane 8, probably level up with University of New South Wales in lane 3 and ANU in lane 1, as well as University of New South Wales lane 6, Glebe in lane 7, and then the ANU crew in lane 5, probably just a little bit off the pace. But it's UTS and Canberra Rowing Club, our two leading crews at the moment. UTS with James Waldersee, Canberra Rowing Club, UTS with Peter Waldersee, James Waldersee in the Canberra Rowing Club crew. Are we going to see a brotherly gold and silver in the men's B-grade quad sculls? UTS still out in front. Canberra Rowing Club still sitting in second. And in that battle for third, I've got it as the University of New South Wales, Ben.
Yeah, they are looking good. UTS out in front. Canberra Rowing Club. So the ACT look as though they're going to get on the podium. And then it's between UTS and the University of New South Wales for bronze. But it is UTS who win gold once again today. They have dominated these grade championships. Canberra Rowing Club are going to come through and claim silver. And then the University of New South Wales, they will grab bronze here in the men's B-grade quad.
ANU in lane number 1, the Leidy quad getting through in 4th place ahead of the UTS crew in lane number 8 in 5th. Coming through in 6th place will be the University of New South Wales, then Glebe Rowing Club and ANU in lane number 5 to make up our field. A 6 minutes 25.94. The winning time there for UTS, 7.85 seconds between first and second and 4.92 between second and third. You could just see at the end there, Ben, there was this absolute push from the UTS quad. They were not mucking around, and even in the last few strokes, you could really see the pressure go down, and that boat was flying.
Yeah, really strong boat, that UTS crew, and another gold medal for UTS. Can they claim another one here to round out the day? If you backed against them, you might be a little bit nervous here. And you can see right off the start, UTS in the middle, Leichhardt at the moment going with them. But it is early days, so we'll wait and see if they can do that. Uni of New South Wales also in this race, so in lane 4. So women's B grade 8, this Uni of New South Wales crew is D grade. But one thing, Stuart, I think a lot of people that know their rowing probably don't need this explained, but there's a lot of sweep rowers that are D grade that are actually quite good rowers, but because they preference their sculling, they probably don't get the grade score down. So while this Uni of New South Wales crew is D grade, you would expect there's some pretty decent rowers in it. Ashley Potter, Lily Sinogles, Charlotte Stanwicks, Lisa Matthews, Caitlin Mulqueeny, Anna Ristic, Elizabeth Raffin, Isabella Niven, Emma Vay Cox. Can you believe that? Emma Vay Cox is the Cox. And coached by Chris Burns in lane 5. This is a B crew, this UTS crew. Paige Critchlow, Sarah Berricree, Holly Garner. We've got Taylor Kerpeniotis, who is subbed in there for Avery Bramble, Grace Burke, Annabelle Fuller, Jessica Salmon and Lila Anderton, coxed by Ryder Taylor and coached by Katie Healy. And then in 6, Daniela Borgett, Rhiannon Sando, Judith Eyes, Jennifer Zongor, Nikki Lopresti, Belinda Brigham, Taryn Innes and India Evans, coxed by Sebastian Kladnig and coached by Steve Sherry. So they're a C-grade crew, the Leichhardt crew, and currently they are sitting in the silver medal position in this women's B-grade 8, and Uni of New South Wales back in 3rd place. And that UTS crew still in front at the 1,000 metre mark. Leichhardt have got a boat length and more to make up if they are to claw their way back into the gold medal position in this final race of day one in the Edward Trickett Grade Championships for 2023.
And as you said earlier, Ben, don't bet against UTS at the moment. They are out in front as we head on to the medal presentations for the men's B-grade quad sculls. In third place and bronze medalists from the University of New South Wales, Jack Clements, Finn Wilkinson, Rosyth Johnston, Frederick Leroyd. They're coached by Cameron Butler. In second place and silver medalists from Canberra Rowing Club, Austin Benny, Angus Scott, Alex Tomanovitz and James Waldersee. They're coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. And the winners and champions for 2023, UTS, the crew of Zinc Bosco, Ryan Gibson, Peter Waldersee and Jack Henderson. They're coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. Please congratulate our 2023 champions and medalists.
And back out on the course, it looks as though it's going to be another win here for UTS with less than 400 metres to travel in this women's B grade 8 final. So UTS in the gold medal position, Leichhardt, they are in silver, and then in third place, Uni of New South Wales. And Stuart, there is another boat making its way up the course. That's the lifeguard's boat. I was wondering whether there was a fourth. Oh, it's been a long day. Oh, wow. Okay, UTS in front with almost 250 metres to travel. Leichhardt have got themselves locked away in that silver medal position. And then Uni of New South Wales in third place in this final race of day one of the Edward Trickett New South Wales Grade Championships. And UTS just making sure that boat is running smoothly, moving beautifully through the water. This crew is the only B-grade crew in the race. Leichhardt are a C-grade crew. Uni of New South Wales a D-grade crew, so you'd probably expect this result based on that.
But it is a good opportunity to get that experience over 2K. You know, get it out over the longer distances in the sweep boats because a very different feel to it than going over 1K. But out in front though, this UTS crew didn't quite lead at the start, a little bit of a slow start, but certainly they've come through from about 250 metres and they'll go through and take the win in the women's B grade 8. UTS, Paige Critchlow, Sarah Berracree, Holly Garner, Taylor Kerpinotis, Grace Burke, Annabelle Fuller, Jessica Salmon, Lilla Anderson and Ryder Taylor. Coming through in second place will be the Leichhardt crew, Daniela Borgert, Rhiannon Sando, Judith Oyce, Jennifer Zonga, Nikki Lepresti, Belinda Brigham, Taryn Innes, India Evans and Sebastian Kladnig. And they'll finish ahead of the University of New South Wales, Ashley Potter, Lily Senogles, Charlotte Stanwicks, Lisa Matthews, Caitlin Mulqueeny, Anna Ristich, Elizabeth Raffin, Isabella Neven and Emma Vay Cox. As we just see our final crew coming up towards the line, a big strong finish coming here from the University of New South Wales Women's B Grade 8s.
And there you go, that's our final race for today. We've got the medal presentation of the Women's B Grade 8, and then that will be it for day one of the Edward Trickett New South Wales Grade Championships for 2023.
Yeah, tomorrow morning kicking off at 8 o'clock. We've got the heats for the men's C-grade single sculls, so a number of heats up until about 11 o'clock. And then we start the finals at 11:20 with the para-coxless pairs and the mixed para-coxed 4. Both of those on 11:20, and then it's finals right the way through to 3 p.m. So it should be an exciting afternoon's worth of racing. Get everyone's heart start and certainly make it a bit easier for that long drive back down to Canberra.
Yeah, we better look professional, Stuart. I think that's the camera there, isn't it?
That's the camera there.
So now I can't escape because we've got this medal presentation coming. I was going to sneak off. Oh, hang on. Let's just reacquaint ourselves with the point score. And I tell you what, triple points on offer here at the Edward Trickett Grade Championships. So you'd expect UTS are only going to extend that lead based on the results we've seen today, Stuart. Leichhardt Rowing Club in silver medal position. Uni of New South Wales. That could be interesting. Leichhardt and Uni of New South Wales have both done pretty well today. So maybe it all comes down to tomorrow. And then, of course, the Masters Championships in, what's that, a month, 5 weeks' time. And then the Australian Masters Rowing Championships a couple of weeks after that, all here at Cirque.
Yeah, very much looking forward to those ones. It'll be some fantastic rowing coming up, particularly with the Masters Championships, all over 1,000 metres. So it should all be very, very close in with some of that racing. But certainly UTS, they've picked up more golds than a Kalgoorlie Minor, so they are very much.
That's honey badger territory.
Well, having a look at the live medals table, I've got UTS as 8 golds, Drummoyne with 4, Leichhardt with 2, as have Community, ANU and Black Mountain.
What's going on here? How does Newcastle have a bronze medal, Stuart? There needs to be an inquiry into this. An absolute inquiry.
Shall we look at the results and see who it was?
It needs to be scratched off, let's just say that much. If you finish last in a 3-horse race, that shouldn't count as a medal, should it?
Look, it says you've got a bronze here,
Well,
Ben,
so that's an absolute...
If you go down and see Alico, she'll give you a nice bronze medal.
No.
Hang it up straight in the pool room.
Alrighty, so final medal presentation coming up. All right, the medal presentation for the women's B grade 8. Silver medalists representing Leichhardt, Daniela Borgert, Rhiannon Sandow, Judith Uys, Jennifer Zongor, Nikki Lepresti, Belinda Brigham, Taryn Innes, India Evans, Coxed by Sebastian Cladning and coached by Steve Sherry.
And the winners and champions for 2023 UTS, Paige Critchlow, Sarah Berricree, Holly Garner, Taylor Kerpianottis, Grace Burke, Annabelle Fuller, Jessica Salmon, Lilla Anderton, coxed by Ryder Taylor and coached by Katie Healy.
Please congratulate our medalists and champions in the women's B Grade 8. And that wraps up day one here at the Edward Trickett Grade Championships. Stuart, I know you're back tomorrow, so hopefully conditions are going to be just cherry ripe again like they were today. And thanks for your company today.
Thank you, Ben. And yeah, we'll catch everyone racing beginning at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.